Chapter 503. The once magnificent Great Sky Sect had turned into a wasteland. On the rolling wasteland, not a single tree could be seen, let alone flowers and plants. After Zhou Xuanji and the others left, the cultivators in the distance gathered over. Dust rose into the sky, and the sea of clouds disappeared. The desolation in front of them stretched to the end, as if it reached the ends of the earth. The Great Sky Sect has been destroyed. The calamity is coming. An old man hovered in the air and shouted with a trembling voice. Just like the Center God province, the heavenly sages here also told everyone about the fight between the heavenly sages. It had been a long time since an enemy from another world had appeared, causing them to almost forget about this matter. To think that today, it must be the work of a child of destiny from another world. The news spread on the same day. The godly mountain of the Great Sky Sect was destroyed, and the entire sect, more than 1 million people, died without a trace. Apart from the disciples who were out on missions, no one was spared. Even the sect master, Lin Wuhong, perished here. When the news spread out, the whole world was shocked. The war of the two realms is here. Just how powerful is the child of destiny they sent? Oh my God, that is the Great Sky Sect. If even the Great Sky Sect was destroyed, wouldn't it be difficult for us to protect ourselves? What should we do now? All of the cities in the Abyss Pearl mainland were discussing this. News regarding the eruption of a war between two realms spread like wildfire to every corner of the Abyss Pearl mainland. The other side, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a cave. Wang Ho sighed. Looks like I can't be your enemy from now on. You're too freakish. He finally understood why Sage Daojing had sent Zhou Xuanji to join this battle. This kid's sword was simply a great killing weapon. It was ridiculously strong. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, after killing so many living beings, I'm not happy at all. He was not averse to killing, but he only killed his enemies. How many innocent people were implicated in this war between the two worlds? Don't think too much about it. This is the heavenly Tao. How many flowers and plants have we stepped on? Have we ever felt guilty? To the heavenly Tao, you and I are just flowers and grass. Rather than feeling regret, it is better to become stronger. There will come a day when we become heavenly saints. Only then will we be able to set the rules again. Great Emperor Wuwang said. In the past, he had been as confused as Zhou Xuanji, but as he experienced more and more things, he had come to understand. It was just like war, a war that was beyond one's control. One had to fight even if one did not want to. However, there were too many living beings involved this time. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, who is next? Emperor Wuwang did not take out the Abyss Pearl hero list. He said directly, Earth Dragon Race, Dragon King 9 lands. Zhou Xuanji took out the Furious Ape Sword and began to charge up. Wang Ho said excitedly, just fight like this, keep ambushing. Great Emperor Wuwang shook his head and said, this method is powerful in the beginning, but there will come a day when it will be countered. We've wasted too much time, and we haven't grown stronger yet. I'm afraid there will be great trouble ahead. Marquis and Zhou Xuanji were in deep thought. Indeed, the three otherworlders of the Center God province were probably killing their enemies as they developed. The more they fought, the stronger they would become. Zhou Xuanji and the other two would be delayed for a long time because of the Furious Ape Sword. It doesn't matter. Let's go now. Let's slash first, and then we'll fight our own battles. Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang did not have any objections. He used his magic energy to sweep away Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, extracted heavenly law celestial energy and injected it into the Furious Ape Sword. Sword Spirit, impart to me the Sword Tao divine ability that you obtained earlier. Zhou Xuanji ordered inwardly. When he had broken through to Universe Heaven, apart from obtaining 2 legendary swords, he had also obtained a divine ability called World Suppressing. Just from the name, it was not simple at all. Following this, a wave of memories flowed into his mind. He did 2 things at once and quickly comprehended World Suppressing. World Suppressing was a divine ability that turned fate into sword chi. It did not consume one's own fate, and the more powerful one's fate, the more powerful World Suppressing would be. This divine ability had to be unleashed from above, In order to be called world-suppressing, Zhou Xuanji memorized the method to unleash this divine ability. There was no need to practice it. 7 days later, they landed on a cliff. Great Emperor Wuwang was very smart. They encountered many powerful sects along the way, but he intentionally went around them. After all, after what had happened to the Great Sky sect, the entire Abyss Pearl mainland would definitely try to capture them. In front of them was a wasteland with countless canyons crisscrossing. It was like a piece of land that had been scorched to the point of splitting. The Earth Dragon clan is below. Should we directly charge down? Great Emperor Wuwang asked. If they swung their swords from above, it would be very difficult to threaten the Earth Dragon clan. If they were below, the furious ape sword's power would be too great, and it would injure them. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and legendary swords appeared around him. Hundreds of swords spun around him, creating a majestic scene. It was the first time that Great Emperor Wuwang and Marquis had personally seen Zhou Xuanji take out such swords. Their gazes fell on the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword, Wind God Sword, and Seven Emotions Evil Sword, and they felt quite shocked. These 3 swords gave off such powerful auras. Apart from this, some of the swords were also very powerful. Just where did this boy get so many swords from? Zhou Xuanji ignored their gazes and leapt down first. Marquis and Great Emperor Wuwang followed closely behind him. This boy is really arrogant. He has the same spirit as I did in the northern wilderness, Marquis said in amazement. Marquis sighed. Emperor Wuwang smiled. Which great emperor who ascended from the northern wilderness was not arrogant and untamed? They had not changed, but they were more reserved. If they were to fight against enemies, they would still be fearless existences. Just like now, with just the 3 of them, they dared to charge into the dragon clan. Clang! 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 The sound of swords scraping against rocks continuously sounded out, shaking the ground. Soon, dragon roars sounded out from the depths of the ground, sounding ruthless and savage. Zhou Xuanji directly used Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Sweep. His body became golden, and a 9-sword violet Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. He completely exploded out with his aura. Ever since breaking through, it was the first time he had so madly released his power. Fiery light appeared below as a massive flaming dragon rose up, madly smashing through the rocks. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. Universe Heaven. Within a world of ice and snow, on the summit of a mountain, 2 figures stood proudly within the flying snow. The one standing in front was an elder wearing a red robe. His hair was tied up with a golden thread, and he had a well-built figure. His elderly face still looked resolute and resolute. Behind him stood a woman in a blue dress. She had a graceful figure, and her skin was as white as snow. She was incredibly beautiful, and her black hair was coiled up with 3 jade hairpins in it. She gave off an otherworldly aura. Revered teacher, what are you worried about? Didn't you say that the Center God province cannot rival our Abyss Pearl mainland? The woman in the blue dress asked, a look of confusion on her face. The red-robed old man looked at the snowy horizon and sighed, saying, the heavens have changed. Before, the Center God province would definitely lose, but the heavens have suddenly become blurry. It seems that Sage Daojing has made a good move, a move that I cannot understand. The woman in the blue dress frowned and asked, you mean that there is a child of destiny who can defeat our Abyss Pearl mainland? The red-robed elder did not reply, and his gaze became deep. After a long while, he spoke slowly. It's just a little blurry. It's impossible to reverse the situation. Chapter 504. Since that's the case, what are you worried about? Why did you call me back? The brows of the woman in the blue dress did not relax. She was still very puzzled. She felt that her master had a lot on his mind. The red-robed elder turned around and stared at her. You Xiao, I've predicted your death tribulation. You'll definitely die in less than 100 years. Yu Xiao. This was the woman's name. Her surname was Huang, Feng Yu Xiao. She was ranked 3rd on the Abyss Pearl hero ranking. Death calamity? Feng Yu Xiao's expression changed slightly as she said, who in the entire Abyss Pearl mainland can kill me? It was not that she was conceited. Even if she faced the number 1 on the Abyss Pearl hero leaderboard, she still had the strength to fight. The mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. Go back. Remember, Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's hope that we can break free from this calamity. The red-robed elder waved his hand, causing Feng Yuxiu to feel even more puzzled. Her master was a heavenly saint. There were still things that couldn't be revealed. She didn't dare to disturb him, and left with a heart full of doubts. Rumble. Explosions occurred one after another in the dark underground, and all kinds of lights shone. Zhou Xuanji held the Wind God Sword and Seven Emotions Evil Sword, and he stood on the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. Hundreds of swords circled around him as he gritted his teeth and looked ahead. 1,000 feet away, a man in a golden robe with a dragon's head and a human's body surrounded by raging flames blocked the divine swords. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with disdain and said, "Universe Heaven Level 1? Your Center God province is really weak. You can only send such weaklings to make up the numbers." His cultivation level had reached Universe Heaven Level 5. His aura was powerful, and his magic power was boundless. Zhou Xuanji could barely fight him. Hearing his words, Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything, and directly used the power of the 3 ancient gazing swords. In that instant his aura exploded out. The 3 violent waves of God power challenged the limits of his body, causing his face to contort. The golden-robed man was stunned for a moment before he immediately attacked. With a palm strike, countless fire dragons charged out from the surrounding rocks and mud, tearing at Zhou Xuanji. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep helped Zhou Xuanji defend against all attacks around him. He abruptly condensed 9 sword souls and unleashed the 10,000 ultimate steps to attack the golden-robed man. The 2 swords slashed down, and the golden-robed man was sent flying, but he did not bleed. This fellow's dragon body was already ridiculously hard. Even the ancient gazing sword couldn't directly cut through it. Zhou Xuanji gave chase, and the 9 sword souls shot out one after another. At the same time, Wang Ho and Emperor Wu Wang were fighting their own battles. Marquis fought against Dragon King Juyu. He grew to 30 meters tall, and his muscles bulged like armor. He was extremely domineering, and his eyes were overflowing with blue flames. He was actually on par with Dragon King Juyu. One had to know that Dragon King Juyu's cultivation was at Universe Heaven Level 9. There was a difference of 4 levels between them, but Marquis was still able to fight. It was unbelievable. "Kid, what's your name?" Dragon King Juyu shouted. He was shocked. No wonder the Center God province dared to send these 3 over. Although their cultivation levels were low, their talent was ridiculously strong. Putting aside Zhou Xuanji, Great Emperor Wu Wang had tied down 7 Universe Heaven cultivators by himself. Just the 3 of them were enough to make their Earth Dragon clan restless. Wang Ho, a noble born to be a monarch. Wang Ho laughed out loud. His fists were like the wind, and his legs were surrounded by lightning. Every punch and kick contained the power of a divine technique. He inwardly felt quite anxious. If they continued to fight like this, more and more experts would come. It was not just him. Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wu Wang were also quite anxious. Zhou Xuanji quickly took out 30 swords and cast the Hades God-slaying formation. "Boy, how can your swords make up for the difference in cultivation?" The golden-robed man wildly laughed, his words filled with mockery. At that moment, the Earth Dragon clan's experts came to support Zhou Xuanji and surrounded him. The Hades God-slaying formation was quickly formed, and a 3-headed ghost tiger furiously roared as it charged out. It was 300 meters long and looked incredibly domineering. Boom! An azure dragon breathed out intense flames, directly burning the 3-headed ghost tiger into ashes. Zhou Xuanji felt quite awkward. The golden-robed man and the Earth Dragon clan's experts loudly laughed. "I'm afraid I'm going to die from laughter. Ha 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 ha. What did I just see? Boy, your summoning techniques haven't reached perfection yet. He's still a little baby. Let's eat him. I'll eat the leg." Zhou Xuanji was furious. He dared to mock his elder. He let go of his hands, and following this, a sword shining with golden light appeared in his right palm. This sword was completely golden, and the blade was 1.5 meters long. It was incredibly sharp and beautiful, and there was a golden crescent moon at the front of the hilt. There were 9 orbs of light on the crescent moon, giving off a searing aura. Disaster-releasing legendary sword. 9 Moon Execution Sword. Holding this sword, Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and madly swung it forwards. Kill these earthworms! He furiously roared as he unleashed the Trisource vein-severing sword. Sword chi berserk like a wild gale and a torrential rain, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Any rocks or mountain walls that were hit by the sword chi directly turned into dust. The Earth Dragon Clan's experts howled and quickly dodged. They were unable to block the sword chi at all. As usual, the golden-robed man used his physical body to block the attack. He was shocked to find that the surface of his body had been cut open by the sword chi, and blood flowed out of his wounds. His entire body was covered in blood. How is this possible? What sword is that? The golden-robed man thought in terror and prepared to dodge. Zhou Xuanji suddenly used the Nine-Moon Execution, sword's disaster-releasing power. Boom! The berserk sword chi directly turned the golden-robed man into mincemeat, and even his soul was destroyed. Instant kill. He could not resist at all. Zhou Xuanji was incredibly delighted and wildly laughed. He gripped the Nine-Moon Execution sword and started to move underground. His right hand continuously danced with the sword, and the heavenly law immortal energy in his body did not decrease, but instead became stronger. He fused world internalization into the Nine-Moon Execution sword, causing the sword chi to help him absorb his enemy's magic energy while killing them. Berserk! Domineering! Howls continuously sounded out. Zhou Xuanji was like a peerless sword god, holding a sword that gave off a golden light as he rampaged. Hurry and run! Ah, what sword is that? So terrifying. My body. No. All sorts of howls sounded out underground. Zhou Xuanji quickly came near Great Emperor Wuwang. Seeing how berserk he was, Great Emperor Wuwang hurriedly dodged. The other Earth Dragon Clan's experts could not dodge. They had to protect their clansmen, and they all charged at Zhou Xuanji. Afterwards, he died within the sword chi, and not even his corpse was left. What sword is that? Why is it so powerful? Great Emperor Wuwang frowned and stared at Zhou Xuanji. The Nine-Moon Execution sword's destructive power made even his heart tremble. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji's immortal energy seemed to be boundless. After spending so much, his condition became better and better? There was no justice in this world. Zhou Xuanji intentionally avoided Great Emperor Wuwang and rushed toward Marquis's. Universe Heaven experts charged over one after another, but before they could get within 30 meters of him, they were killed by the sword chi. This was not a battle at all. Chapter 505. With the Nine-Moon Execution sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's aura surged, and he became more and more powerful as he fought. With the help of world internalization, his cultivation began to grow. The enemy's magic energy was absorbed into his body and converted into heavenly law immortal energy. His condition was getting better and better. The disaster-releasing divine sword was truly domineering. Even a primordial heaven expert wouldn't be able to block it. Dragon King Juyu, who was at Universe Heaven level 9, could not just sit by and do nothing. He quickly rushed at Zhou Xuanji, preparing to kill him. Because of this, Marquis could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the Nine-Moon Execution sword in Zhou Xuanji's hands in terror. What kind of sword was this? Why hadn't I seen it before? How many swords did this kid have? Facing Dragon King Juyu, Zhou Xuanji did not fear him at all. He laughed arrogantly and said, "The Earth Dragon Clan is only so." He immediately unleashed the sword soul, attaching it to his right arm, and the Nine-Moon Execution sword. He fiercely swung the sword. This slash instantly consumed all of the heavenly law immortal energy in his body. The sword chi rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Dragon King Juyu was infuriated, but he didn't try to dodge. Instead, he transformed into a massive, ancient dragon, his entire body burning with blue flames as he met the sword soul head-on. Boom! Zhou Xuanji received a large amount of magic energy in an instant, which turned into heavenly law celestial energy. His condition reached perfection, even surpassing his peak. Two of Dragon King Juyu's dragon horns had been sliced off by the sword chi, and a long gash had appeared on his head, from which blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhou Xuanji also unleashed a sword soul, and berserk sword chi once again landed on Dragon King Juyu's body, causing him to howl. Dragon King Juyu had been beaten senseless. Only by truly facing the 9-moon execution sword could he truly feel how powerful it was. Especially with the support of the world internalization and the sword soul. His sword chi can absorb my magic power. Dragon King Juyu's heart thumped wildly, unable to comprehend what was going on. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji seemed to have realized something. The power of the 9-moon execution sword was definitely not like that. He could sense the power of the 9 great moons. He gave a low shout, and the 9-moon execution sword burst forth with a bright and strong light. 9 great divine moons flew out from the strong light and surrounded him vertically. The entire underground space was filled with the strong light of the 9 divine moons, and the other creatures were so dazzled that they couldn't even open their eyes. This is divine moon. How is this possible? Dragon King Juyu's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, as if he had seen the most terrifying existence in the world. Zhou Xuanji swung again. The 9 great divine moons rushed out as well, colliding with his enormous dragon body, as if they had teleported. The light of the divine moons linked together, suppressing him. Roar! Dragon King Juyu let out a pained howl as his body was gradually shredded by the divine light of the 9 moons. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a pile of bones. Endless magic energy flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body. Awesome! It felt so good. If this continued, he wouldn't be far from breaking through. He suddenly felt that Gu Tianxia was indeed a peerless genius. The world Buddha art was truly amazing. Based on this alone, no human ancestor in the northern wilderness region could surpass him. Soon, Dragon King Juyu was completely killed by the divine moon. As a universe heaven level 9 realm dragon king, he only had time to escape with a wisp of his remnant soul, which quickly disappeared into the soil. Zhou Xuanji charged up and cried out, "Follow me!" Great Emperor Wuwang and Marquis, who were still in a daze, quickly followed. The 3 of them quickly flew out of the canyon and into the sky. Zhou Xuanji madly swung his sword downwards, and countless traces of sword chi rushed down. The Earth Dragon clan creatures that were about to rush out were all killed. Boom! 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 The sword chi blasted the ground, causing the surrounding 100 kilometers to sink. Even though the Earth Dragon clan had perished in this battle, even though less than 10% of the Earth Dragon clan's dragons remained, and Dragon King Juyu's remnant soul had escaped, it would take at least 10,000 years for him to recover to his peak. In the final attack, Zhou Xuanji's sword chi had not hit too many dragons, so he had used up all of his immortal energy and felt quite weak. "Hurry up and help me leave. Are you going to stay here and wait for death?" Zhou Xuanji said unhappily as he looked at Marquis and Great Emperor Wuwang. Marquis and Great Emperor Wuwang looked at each other and smiled, and they quickly helped him leave. They moved incredibly quickly in case other experts came to support them. However, an extremely powerful aura swept out from behind them. The 3 of them looked back and saw a white-haired man wearing golden armor rushing over. His gaze was filled with killing intent, and there was a golden halo of light on his back that seemed to contain many spears. "Where do you think you're going?" he said coldly as he drew closer and closer to Zhou Xuanji and the others. His aura was even more powerful than Dragon King Juyu's. Marquis immediately shouted, "You guys run first, I'll stop him." After saying this, Marquis turned and charged at the other party. Great Emperor Wuwang once again sped up. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Should I use the Wonder Blood Spirit Pill and fight with him?" Great Emperor Wuwang shook his head and said, "He has the world boundless jade. If we stay and fight, we will only attract more enemies." He was not surprised by Marquis' decision. Zhou Xuanji's performance just then had already made them come to a consensus. That was to place their hopes on Zhou Xuanji. This boy only had Universe Heaven Level 1 cultivation, and yet he could kill a Universe Heaven Level 8 cultivator. No matter how they looked at it, this boy's potential was greater than theirs. Great Emperor Wuwang made up his mind that if they encountered such a situation again, he would do his best to protect Zhou Xuanji. The 2 of them soon disappeared over the horizon. 3 days later, they came to an underground cave to rest. They first recovered their chi and blood, and they looked at each other silently. A long while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Now that we've lost contact with Marquis, should we search for him or continue?" Great Emperor Wuwang opened his eyes as well. His gaze flickered as he said, "Let's continue. It's good that we split up. This way, the Abyss Pearl mainland's attention will be divided." He believed that Marquis would not die. If this fellow died so easily, he would have died long ago. Zhou Xuanji nodded before closing his eyes and continuing to replenish his heavenly law celestial energy. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang appeared again. News of the battle with the Earth Dragon clan had spread throughout the Abyss Pearl mainland, making everyone anxious. The Great Sky Sect and the Earth Dragon clan were both top-tier factions, and yet they were destroyed by 3 children of destiny from another world within half a year? Just how powerful were these children of destiny? Soon, the entire Abyss Pearl mainland was discussing Zhou Xuanji and the other two. Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang came to the north of the Abyss Pearl mainland. They had to expand their battle space so that the Abyss Pearl mainland could not predict where they would fight. Their next target was the Frost Demon Sect. The Frost Demon Sect's strength was similar to the Earth Dragon clan. With the 9-moon execution sword, they should be able to destroy the Frost Demon Sect, but they had to be fast. 3 days after they left, a man walked into the cave that they had stayed in before. This person wore white clothes and looked handsome. He had a faint stubble by the side of his mouth, and his black hair was combed back. His facial features were sharp, and his eyes were bright. He placed his left hand behind his waist and pinched his right hand together as he divined. "They escaped again," he mumbled. "But this time it was just a little bit. I should be able to catch up to them next time." Chapter 506. The Freezing Demon Sect was one of the overlords of the Devil Dao in the Abyss Pearl mainland. Dozens of primordial heavens and hundreds of heavenly law true gods were extremely powerful. At his peak, he could dominate the demonic path. The frigid demon sect was located on a high mountain, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. Countless cultivators were scattered around the various watchtowers on the mountain. There were also disciples guarding the plains at the foot of the mountain. The war between the two worlds had already broken out, and the Flood Sky Sect and the Earth Dragon clan had been brutally murdered. Although they were far away, they still felt uneasy. Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang walked on the plains and looked at the Frost Demon Sect from afar. They could sense an austere aura. "Looks like the frigid demon sect is smart. They can't start the battle immediately." Emperor Wuwang chuckled and stopped in his tracks. "Give up?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He could also sense the danger. This battle would probably be more difficult than the previous two. Emperor Wuwang pondered for a moment, and then he nodded. "Let's retreat. Let's focus on the treasures created by nature." Seizing luck was not just limited to killing enemies. They could also snatch treasures that contain the chi of heaven and earth. For example, the 18 divine swords in the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two turned and left. The calamity of the cold demon sect was thus avoided. The speed at which they left was also very fast. An hour later, they suddenly stopped. A person appeared in front of him and walked over slowly. This person was the white-robed man who had been searching for them. He had even found the karst cave they lived in. "Where do you think you're going?" Even though they were 1,000 meters apart, his gaze still met Zhou Xuanji's and Great Emperor Wuwang's, and he was not worried that his prey would escape at all. At this point, they no longer had any hope of escaping. Emperor Wuwang narrowed his eyes. "You're truly impressive. You've managed to catch us after chasing us for so long." Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was astonished in his heart. This guy had been following them all this time? Why hadn't Emperor Wuwang mentioned this before? Does he think that I've already sensed it? The tacit understanding between experts? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he locked his gaze on the man in white. "Remember my name, Yiqiutian." The white-robed man smiled. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a black oil lamp appeared in his hand. The candle flame swayed in the wind, stubbornly refusing to budge. "Yiqiutian?" Great Emperor Wuwang's expression slightly fell, and he immediately sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji saying, "Hurry and leave. I'll block him. This person is someone that the Venerable One has specially heard of. We must avoid him if we encounter him." Zhou Xuanji frowned. There was no such name on the Abyss Pearl hero ranking. But Sage Daojing had warned Great Emperor Wuwang. What did this mean? Could it be an existence similar to the old beggar and the old immortal? None of you can escape, Yi Qiutian said with a smile as he stepped in front of the two of them. Zhou Xuanji instinctively took out the nine-moon execution sword and prepared to fight. Yi Qiutian suddenly waved his hand, and the black lamp gave off a brilliant fiery light. Zhou Xuanji felt that his soul had suffered a heavy blow, and he felt dizzy. In the next second, he was absorbed by the black lamp. Emperor Wuwang transformed into a wave of demonic aura, but he was still sucked away by the black lamp. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a black light swept out from the demonic aura and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Qiutian raised his brows slightly and muttered, "This demon is not simple. Could it be his natural mystique?" He shook his head and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and was shocked to find that he was surrounded by flames. It was as though he was in a sea of fire with no end in sight. Looking up, he saw countless sparks floating in the sky. Could this be the world within the lamp? Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He immediately took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the 9 souls. This scene made him feel like Monkey Sun was in the 8 trigrams furnace. "Where is this? Brat, I told you not to be reckless, but you didn't listen." Could it be the black prison lamp? Be careful. The surrounding flames are not simple. Are we going to capsize? The souls of the great beings all spoke up, and Venerable Xian even recognized the lamp's origin. The black prison lamp was one of the righteous Qian Great Thousand's heavenly law artifacts. It contained innate divine flames that could burn everything in the world. "What's righteous Qian Great Thousand?" Zhou Xuanji asked Sovereign Xian. He was curious why Sovereign Xian knew Yi Qiutian. Sovereign Xian replied, "The righteous Qian Great Thousand is the righteous Qian Great Thousand world. There are many Great Thousand worlds, and the Center God Province's Great Thousand world is only one corner. When you surpass Universe Heaven, you will be able to freely travel to other Great Thousand worlds." Did this mean that Yi Qiutian had surpassed Universe Heaven? Zhou Xuanji asked. "How can I escape?" Sovereign Xian sighed and said, "You can't escape unless your cultivation surpasses his." The other souls started to panic. Emperor Zhao called out, "No way? I haven't even revived and this boy is going to die." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji wanted to hit him. "Why did the heavenly saint send you? It's not fair." Demon Lord Ryuan cursed. Zhou Xuanji had only just reached Universe Heaven, and yet he had been sent to participate in such a dangerous mission. Zhou Xuanji felt quite annoyed. Could it be that he really could not escape? "Don't panic," Sovereign Xian once again said. Emperor Songhai called out, "Big bro, are you trying to scare us to death? What method do you have to escape? Hurry up and tell us." Sovereign Xian sighed and said, "He's my sworn little brother." Silence. The souls all fell silent, and Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. What the hell? Sworn little brother? A sworn little brother that transcended Great Thousand worlds? Zhou Xuanji said anxiously. "Are you guys on good terms? Don't tell me you're brothers who turn against each other." Sovereign Xian laughed in anger at his questioning. "Turn against each other? We brothers are both invincible existences in our own Great Thousand worlds. Why would we turn against each other?" Sovereign Xian said proudly. His tone changed as he said, "Don't go out yet, just cultivate in the black prison lamp. If he wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. This is a test." With his abilities and personality, he would not care about a war between 2 worlds. He most likely has other things to ask of you. Zhou Xuanji frowned. A test? Just as he was about to continue asking, a wave of memories flowed into his mind. He sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended these memories. This was a divine ability. It was called Battle Path Flame Soul. It could be used to fight, cultivate, and absorb any fire seed under the heavenly law. After Zhou Xuanji comprehended all of the cultivation techniques, he slowly opened his eyes. He asked in his heart, "Did you create this divine ability?" It was very powerful. He felt that it was not any weaker than the world Buddha art. "That's right. After you learn it, Yi Qiutian will understand that you are my successor, and will not deliberately make things difficult for you. Also, don't tell me that I'm already dead." Sovereign Xian replied. The first half of his sentence was arrogant, but the second half was a little awkward. He had died such a pitiful death. He did not have the face to tell his old friend. Zhou Xuanji laughed, before beginning to cultivate Battle Path Flame Soul. In the outside world, Yiqiutian came to a massive waterfall. This waterfall was thousands of meters tall and hundreds of meters wide. It was surging violently, and the lake below was like a vast ocean filled with mist. Following his gaze, he saw a golden ape levitating at the center of the waterfall, enduring the impact of the violent water. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 507. General, the war between the two worlds has begun. What are you waiting for? Yiqiutian said with a smile. His voice was soft, but could be heard clearly by the golden ape. At the center of the waterfall, the golden ape opened his eyes slowly. His blood-red eyes looked down at Yiqiutian and said, Yiqiutian, why are you so concerned about me? Even if you have a scheme, you should not be so attentive. Yiqiutian shook his head and laughed. I'm just fighting for an opportunity for both of us. Having heard him, the golden ape got up slowly. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were as tough as divine rocks. It was a striking sight. He walked out from the waterfall. Yiqiutian, what are you going to do? The golden ape asked. He twisted his neck, and the water on his body evaporated into steam that wrapped around his body. He landed quickly and came up to Yiqiutian. He was 15 meters tall. Compared to Yiqiutian, he was like a mountain. The war between the two worlds will be our chance, Yiqiutian said with a smile before explaining his plan. At the same time, in the black prison lamp, Zhou Xuanji was absorbing the flames around him to cultivate the Battle Path Flame Soul. A fiery figure levitated behind him, like an armored fire god. It was difficult to tell its true appearance just by looking at its shape. The ancient god sword levitated beside him. Sovereign Xian praised in his mind. You are really talented. You can cultivate it so quickly. Amazing. If it were not for the urgent situation, he would not have taught his divine ability to others. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji did not let him down. Of course, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself proudly. Absorbing the flames with the Battle Path Flame Soul, he realized that his cultivation was growing. This meant that his cultivation could grow tremendously with the flames in the black prison lamp. Just like Sun Wukong, who jumped out of the 8 trigrams furnace. Not only did he master the fiery golden eyes, but his cultivation grew tremendously as well. He almost fell into the Cloud King Palace. The billowing flames flowed into his body and made the Battle Path Flame Soul behind him more solid. After a while, a silhouette appeared before him. It was Yiqiutian. Yiqiutian frowned and asked, Battle Path Flame Soul, what's your relationship with Sovereign Xian? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied calmly, teacher and friend. Yiqiutian frowned even deeper. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and closed his eyes to cultivate again. Since Sovereign Xian had said that Yiqiutian would not kill him, then he could continue cultivating without worry. After all, he was powerless to resist. Yiqiutian had a complicated look in his eyes as he said, then you can cultivate here. If you can make it out by yourself, I will let you live and will not attack you again. With that, Yiqiutian disappeared. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and felt curious. Why did Yiqiutian want to capture him? Given Yiqiutian's capabilities, he probably wouldn't care about the fate of a continent. He had asked Venerable Xian. Venerable Xian was ambiguous, saying that there was no knowing what was in a man's heart. How would he know? However, seeing how he was not surprised, Zhou Xuanji believed that he definitely knew. Zhou Xuanji stopped thinking about it and continued to cultivate. 1 month later, his Battle Path Fire Soul had been completely cultivated. The domineering fire soul floated behind him and attached itself to the surface of his body, causing his battle strength to skyrocket. This effect was similar to a secret technique that could temporarily raise one's cultivation. Not only that, the Battle Path Flame Soul could also fight on its own. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had reached a limit and could break through at any time. In the battle with the Earth Dragon clan, he had absorbed a massive amount of cultivation, which saved him a lot of hard work. If he wanted to break through, he would not be able to do it in a short time. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had been suppressing the urge to break through. He wanted to make his battle pathfire soul more solid. This day, he could not hold it in any longer and prepared to break through. Boom! Violent celestial energy exploded out, causing the sea of flames to roil. Because in the black prison lamp, he did not even need to undergo a tribulation. Outside, Yiqiutian's head was filled with a majestic starry sky, and below him was a sea of clouds. He opened his eyes suddenly, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Sage Daojing, he mumbled. Among the 9 saints, your eyes are the sharpest indeed. With a strange smile, he took out the black prison lamp with his right hand, and began forming hand seals with his left hand. Strands of green flames came out of his palm, and flowed into the black prison lamp. In another great thousand world far away, Still Thought Temple, Sage Daojing opened his eyes slowly with a slight frown. Yiqiutian's image was reflected in his eyes. This guy is troublesome indeed. It's a pity that you are too late. You can only help Zhou Xuanji. Sage Daojing's lips curled up in a pleased smile. Shortly after, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the heavenly law. Zhou Xuanji used 3 days to break through to Universe Heaven Level 2. The heavenly law's celestial energy in his body grew tremendously. At the same time, a domineering flame coursed through his bones and tendons. It was like celestial energy that he could control. After the breakthrough, Zhou Xuanji felt that both his body and soul were transformed. In Hunyuan Luotian, every breakthrough was a completely new transformation. He opened his eyes and looked up. Above his head was a sea of clouds formed by the green flames. The clouds billowed like the hideous face of an evil demon, looking at him fiercely. Zhou Xuanji smiled. The battle pathfire soul in his body got up and opened its mouth, devouring the sea of green flames. After the green flames entered the battle path flame soul, his physical body was ignited with green flames that burned fiercely. His aura grew tremendously. Black prison green flame. This is the original flame of the black prison lamp. Yiqiutian wants to help you. Sovereign Xian praised in Zhou Xuanji's mind. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the safer he would be. As for Yiqiutian's goal, he knew it, but it did not affect him. Because in his eyes, Zhou Xuanji would be like Yiqiutian one day and break through to that stage. Fengxian God Dynasty in the royal capital. On a massive training ground, Marquis was tied to a scalding iron pillar. Chains wrapped around his body, and there were many sharp hooks on the surface of the chains. As they slid, they tore at his skin. Marquis's clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. His face was covered in blood spots, but his eyes were still bright and determined. He looked toward the horizon, as though he was waiting. The training ground was surrounded by a sea of people, and there were people watching from the buildings far away. He's the otherworldly child of destiny. He can remain so calm after such torture. Amazing. Amazing my ass. He's our enemy. Looks like his companions won't come to save him. How can they save him? If they dare to come, they will die without a doubt. If I were them, I wouldn't come either. After all, I'm carrying the lives of billions of people on my back. The cultivators and commoners discussed among themselves. Some admired Marquis, some mocked him, and some cursed him. Behind the training ground, there was a small mountain that surrounded the city. There was a building at the top of the mountain, and a man wearing a black robe with tiger patterns stood beside the building. Behind him stood a row of soldiers. He snorted coldly and said, "They're still not coming? Let's just kill him." It had been a month since they captured Marquis, and the news had been out for 20 days. The other 2 otherworldly beings still did not appear, which wore out his patience. Chapter 508. General, please reconsider. He's already in our hands anyway. A silver-armored man stepped forward and cupped his fists, afraid that the black-robed man would act rashly. The black-robed man was a divine martial marquis of the Fengxian God Dynasty. His name was Emperor Tsong, and he was ranked 48th on the Abyss Pearl Hero leaderboard. A Universe Heaven Realm level 12 was extremely powerful. When Wang Ho encountered him, he was immediately defeated. When the 2 kings met, Ho was no match for Tsong. Emperor Azure coldly snorted. What a waste of time. Just kill him directly. The children of destiny of the Center God province are only Esoso. They are far from being comparable to our Abyss Pearl mainland. The silver-armored man nodded in agreement, not daring to retort. That was indeed what he was thinking. In another part of the imperial city, Feng Wuxia was playing the zither in the courtyard. She wasn't the only one. There were many experts hiding in the imperial city, waiting for the other two otherworlders to descend, so that they could kill them together. She frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "Why do I always feel uneasy?" She felt that something was wrong with the Fengshan God dynasty. The children of destiny sent by the War of the Two Realms would definitely be top-notch existences. It was very likely that they were not good friends to begin with. Furthermore, with the stakes of the War of the Two Realms, wanting to rely on one of them to lure the other two was undoubtedly a pipe dream. It was impossible for the Fengshan God dynasty not to have thought of this. Since that was the case, why did they still do it? She began to hesitate, wondering if she should leave this place. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. She sighed softly. The death tribulation that her master had mentioned made it difficult for her to calm down. If she did not overcome the tribulation, she would not be able to fully focus on her cultivation. Her master's predictions had never been wrong. Inside the green hell lamp, Zhou Xuanji absorbed the black prison green flame, and even controlled it. According to Xian Zun, a normal universe heaven cultivator would be burned to ashes if they came into contact with this flame. If he had not absorbed the light earlier, he would have been burned to ashes by the black hell-green flames. Zhou Xuanji let out a long sigh and asked, "If this continues, how long will we have to wait to force our way out?" He couldn't wait too long. After all, he was in the middle of a war between two worlds. "Why don't you beg Yiqiutian?" Sovereign Xian's words caused Zhou Xuanji's mouth to twitch. At their level, would begging make them soft-hearted? "Do you want to go out?" Yiqiutian's calm voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Xuanji replied with narrowed eyes, "Of course. You trapped me but did not kill me. What do you want? Just tell me. It will save both our time and energy." Yiqiutian fell silent. Zhou Xuanji patiently waited, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Only then did Yiqiutian speak. "I believe in your talent. One day, you will reach my current level. Let me ask you, do you want to become a saint, or do you want to be suppressed by a heavenly saint forever?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. What did that mean? "Sow discord?" He replied. "Naturally, I will become a saint. To cultivate, one had to fight against the heavens and constantly surpass their limits. That is impossible. There can only be 9 saints under the heavenly way. Once the 9 saints are full, only a heavenly saint will have the potential to become a saint." Yiqiutian snorted coldly. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood what he meant. It turned out that this fellow wanted to rope him in and work together to deal with the heavenly saints. "If you let me out and help me obtain victory in the battle of the two realms, we can pursue the position of heavenly saint together," Zhou Xuanji said. Other than Sage Daojing, there were 8 other heavenly saints. This was not a difficult choice. "I can only let you out. If I help you openly, won't I anger the heavenly saints here and seek death?" Yiqiutian replied. Just when he spoke, Zhou Xuanji was teleported away by a powerful force. In the next second, Zhou Xuanji appeared above the sea of clouds and stood beside Yiqiutian. Yiqiutian glanced at him and said, "From now on, you can only rely on yourself. But don't go to the Fengshan God dynasty to save your companions. There are more than 100 universe heaven cultivators hiding there. If you go, you will die for sure." "Save companions?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. "Who was captured?" Yiqiutian got up slowly and walked up into the sky without leaving a word. Zhou Xuanji swooped down and was prepared to gather information. Center God Province. Boom! A silhouette descended from the sky and smashed into the grassy plain. The impact caused the grassy plain within a radius of 1,000 miles to collapse, and dust billowed. A silhouette levitated high up in the sky. It was Gu Tianxia. He had already revived. His eyes were blood red, and he no longer looked like he did in the Tianxia map. He wore a tight-fitting black armor with many metal spikes on it, and a cloak that looked like a red flame was hanging by his side. He laughed arrogantly, arrogant and insufferably arrogant. The child of destiny from another realm? Is that all you've got? Gu Tianxia laughed condescendingly. His laughter reverberated across the sky for a long time. The dust settled. In the ruins, a man in black clothes lay among the rubble. He was covered in blood, and his handsome face was covered in dust. His black clothes were tattered, and he looked extremely pathetic. He tried to stand up but realized that his magic energy had been sucked dry. What evil divine ability did you use? He gritted his teeth and said. Flames of rage burned in his chest. He was the most famous person in the Abyss Pearl mainland, and yet he was suppressed by a nobody in the Center God province. How could he not be furious? He had already found out who the top cultivators in the Center God province were, but he had never heard of Gu Tianxia. This is the world Buddha art created by me. Gu Tianxia laughed proudly. The feeling of being reborn was truly wonderful. Being able to bully the child of destiny from another realm made him feel even better. The man in black clothes stood up with difficulty. He held his chest and thought about how to escape. Outside the Center God province, in a dark and gloomy forest, Xiandaoya and malicious Buddha reunited. Gu Tianxia has been revived. Now you're in big trouble. Malicious Buddha laughed mockingly. Gu Tianxia was a dazzling genius in the past, and he was even more talented than Mo Jiuqing. Xiandaoya snorted coldly. He wants to kill me. He's not qualified. There were countless people who wanted to kill him, but who succeeded? In the end they were all killed by him. The Heavenly Saint's move is really brilliant. Reviving Gu Tianxia to fight against the Abyss Pearl mainland is really brilliant. Gu Tianxia was an incredible existence in his previous life, and it's more than enough to deal with the child of destiny from the Abyss Pearl mainland. Malicious Buddha sighed. He was very curious about how the Heavenly Saint revived Gu Tianxia. Could the Heavenly Saint really recreate someone whose soul had been destroyed? Don't bother about this. Hurry up and collect the divine swords. Also the demonic emperor, did he suffer from chi deviation? He's been in closed-door training all this time. Xiandaoya said impatiently. Ever since Zhou Xuanji ascended, everything had gone wrong for him, and he could no longer keep his composure. Malicious Buddha shook his head and said, How would I know what the demonic emperor is thinking? Our relationship is not at the level where we can confide in each other. It's like our relationship. Xiandaoya frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, a series of footsteps came from the darkness. The two of them turned around and saw Divine Lord Ji walking over with Su Han. When they saw Divine Lord Ji, Xiandaoya and Xiandaoya's expressions changed. Chapter 509. Yo, Divine Lord Ji, I didn't expect you to come looking for us. How strange. Malicious Buddha sneered, his tone laced with killing intent. He had a conflict with Divine Lord Ji previously. He was already very calm when he saw Divine Lord Ji again, and did not attack him immediately. Divine Lord Ji first took a look at the malicious Buddha, then at Xiandaoya, and said, I need the whereabouts of the holy swords. If you can help me find one, I will owe you a favor. He had asked for the holy sword for Su Han. Su Han was Ji Xian's reincarnation. He was enlightened by Zhou Xuanji, and focused on the way of the sword. Xiandaoya glanced at Su Han and said meaningfully, You two are really fated. In both the past and present lives, this brat was caught. Divine Lord Ji's eyes were calm as he asked, I'm asking you, can you do it? Xiandaoya thought for a moment and nodded. The divine sword was useless to him, so he might as well rope in Divine Lord Ji. Xiandaoya flipped his right hand, and a long purple jade appeared in front of him. This piece of jade contains the memory of the map. It records the location of the holy sword. Xiandaoya threw the purple jade to Divine Lord Ji, and said with a smile, not afraid that Divine Lord Ji would go back on his words. Divine Lord Ji nodded and said, If you need anything, look for me. I believe you can find it. With that, he left with Su Han. After they left, Malicious Buddha said, You should be careful not to invite trouble when you cooperate with the various forces. If the great Emperor Dao Court knew about this, they would definitely not let Xiandaoya off. Xiandaoya shrugged and said, It doesn't matter. Let's take a gamble, or else we'll forever be pawns. The malicious Buddha shook his head and laughed. He did not refute this statement. Let's go. Before Zhou Xuanji returns, we must nurture a genius who can surpass him. Xian Daoi aside, Zhou Xuanji was definitely the worst move he had ever made in his life. The malicious Buddha nodded. The two of them turned and walked in another direction. Abyss Pearl Mainland. Zhou Xuanji cultivated in a forest and continued to accumulate celestial energy. He had already inquired about it and knew that the person captured by the Fengxian God dynasty was a noble. He decided to barge into the Fengxian God dynasty. Before that, he had to make sure that the immortal power in the Tianxia map was sufficient, so that he could recover quickly after the battle. Marquis had helped him a lot, and if he lost him, it would be even more difficult for Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang to win this battle between two worlds. The Abyss Pearl Mainland was so much stronger than the Center God province. The three children of destiny from the Abyss Pearl Mainland must have already been stirring up trouble in the Center God province, and their progress was ahead of them. Every time he thought of this, he felt a sense of urgency. He opened his eyes, leaped up, and flew towards the Fengxian Divine Dynasty. It would take half a day to reach the Fengxian God Dynasty from here. With his speed, half a day's journey was definitely a long one. In the imperial city of the Fengxian God Dynasty, Wang Ho was still suffering. He had given up hope. For the sake of the Center God province, Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuwang would not come to save him. Even if they came to rescue him, only death awaited them. There were too many experts hiding in this bustling imperial city. Every day, there were many cultivators around the martial arts arena. Most of them had come from afar just to see the people from the other world, as if they were monkeys. No matter how calm Wang Ho was, he couldn't help but feel angry. He did not understand what the Fengxian God dynasty was waiting for. Putting himself in their shoes, how could the Fengxian God dynasty not know that Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wang would not come? So to him, the Fengxian God dynasty was humiliating him. A handsome man landed on the martial arts arena. He looked elegant and extraordinary, and he held a folding fan in his hand. He walked up to Wang Ho and said in amazement, "What will the heavenly saints of the Center God province think if they see this?" Wang Ho was indifferent. During this period of time, the nobles and officials of the God dynasty often came up to him and teased him. He was already used to it. Since he could not retaliate, there was no need to waste his breath. Tui! The handsome man suddenly spat on Wang Ho's face and left, laughing loudly. Wang Ho could not wipe off the spit on his face. His eyes were cold, like a lion in a cage. His anger was hidden under his calmness. In the pavilion, Wang Tsang, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and said, "Go and ask His Majesty how much longer we have to wait." He was the first-ranked divine martial marquis of the God dynasty. How could he keep watching over a lowly prisoner? Yes. The deputy general cupped his fist and flew toward the royal palace quickly. Wang Tsang's status in the Fengxian God dynasty was extremely high. It could even be said that he was second only to the emperor. He was also the top cultivator in the Fengxian God dynasty. Universe Heaven Level 12. There was no other person in the entire Fengxian God dynasty. So he dared to send someone to ask the God Emperor directly. After half an hour, the deputy general flew back and reported, "General, His Majesty said to wait for a while more. Please don't be anxious." Having heard that, Wang Tsang frowned. He was displeased. At this moment, another person jumped onto the martial arts arena. Wang Tsang did not mind. It was probably another person who wanted to tease Wang Ho. However, Wang Ho opened his eyes wide. It was Zhou Xuanji. The cultivators of the Center God province were no different from those of the Abyss Pearl Mainland. Wang Ho was captured in battle, and Zhou Xuanji entered the city naturally. Who could guess that he was from another world? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You are really pathetic." This was similar to what the person who mocked Wang Ho said earlier. The spectators did not guess that he was Wang Ho's companion. Wang Ho sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. "Are you stupid?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "A little stupid, but I never do things that I'm not confident about." Numerous legendary swords appeared above his head and swiftly slashed at Wang Ho, severing the chains on his body. Wah! The cultivators around the martial arts arena were all shocked and backed off. Numerous figures giving off powerful auras landed on the training ground and surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword, the Wind God sword, Wolf Ancestor Soul sword, and 7 emotions evil sword levitated around him. Hundreds of legendary swords shot out and pointed in all directions. Wang Tsang stood before the wooden railing of the pavilion and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. He smiled mockingly. I didn't expect such a stupid person to exist in the Center God province. How can he be the child of destiny? His eyes were fixed on the 9-moon execution sword. Such a beautiful sword. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Greed rose in his heart, and he decided to take the sword for himself. Zhou Xuanji looked at Wang Ho and asked, "Do you have more Wonder Blood Spirit pills?" Wang Ho smiled and said, "Of course. I couldn't escape just now, so I kept them. I didn't expect to use them now." He waved his right hand, and a spatial crack appeared beside him. He took out the Wonder Blood Spirit pills and swallowed them quickly. The powerful cultivators around him did not stop him, but looked at him mockingly. Zhou Xuanji glanced around. There were 27 people in total, and their auras were all more powerful than Wang Ho at his peak. In other words, these people were all at least Universe Heaven level 5 and above. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. His body turned golden and was surrounded by heavenly lightning. A 9-sword purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead, and his aura grew tremendously. The power of the 9 divine moons flowed into his body. 9 full moons rose behind him, which were incredibly dazzling. At this moment, he was truly a war god. Chapter 510. Seeing Zhou Xuanji explode with such a powerful aura, the surrounding experts were all shocked. This kid is only at Universe Heaven Tier 2, but he already has such an aura. It should be his sword. It's definitely a treasure. Everyone be careful. There's still a 3rd otherworld child of destiny. It's best if they appear together today and capture all of them in one go. Ha ha ha, he is indeed a genius. Unfortunately, he will die in our hands. Hearing their words, Zhou Xuanji remained expressionless. Wang Ho recovered from his injuries, and his aura exploded. The two sides did not immediately start fighting. Almost at the same time, the two of them turned their heads to look at Emperor Azure. Emperor Tsang lifted his left foot and stepped on the wooden railing. He looked at them disdainfully and said, "Where's your companion? Come out together. I'll let you die a quick death." Arrogant. Universe Heaven level 12 cultivation was enough for him to look down on Zhou Xuanji and Lu Qiyue. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. "There's no point in talking so much. Let's fight." Boom. He leaped into the air, his legs causing the entire arena to collapse. The ground was shattered, and countless buildings collapsed. Facing Zhou Xuanji, who was charging at him ferociously, Emperor Tsang smiled with disdain. He roared fiercely downwards. Roar! Ghosts and gods howled, mountains and rivers shook, and terrifying roars reverberated between heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji was stunned by the roar, but fortunately, he came back to his senses in time. He held the 9-moon execution sword in his hand and slashed out. A long spear appeared in Emperor Azure's right hand. The edge of the spear was so wide that it looked like it was formed from 2 swords. He held the gun with one hand and stabbed it down. The sword chi came head-on and sent him flying. The pavilion turned into ashes. Zhou Xuanji turned around and wildly slashed out, and berserk sword chi shot towards the other Universe Heaven experts. These experts were all generals of the Fengxian God dynasty. They retreated to different places and cast their divine skills, raising up light screens in an attempt to block the sword chi. At the same time, the imperial city was in chaos. The cultivators were fleeing in all directions, and the commoners were also fleeing far away from the battlefield. Feng Yuxiu stood on the roof and looked into the distance. She frowned slightly. Someone really came to save us. She muttered to herself in surprise. The person who came was a Universe Heaven level 2 cultivator. Her evaluation of the Center God province was even lower. From the looks of it, her death tribulation did not come from the Center God province. Boom, boom, boom. The generals of the Fengxian God dynasty were gradually pushed back. They opened their eyes wide and looked at Zhou Xuanji in disbelief. Why was this kid's magic power so strong? Each wave of sword chi was stronger than the one before. Even if it was because of that sword, his magic power should not have been squandered like this. Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. Under such attacks, he was still unable to break through these generals' divine ability defenses. The situation was not good. He immediately used the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, merging his physical body into it. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha was 300,000 feet tall, standing majestically in the imperial city. 1,000 arms grew out of its back, each holding a sword. They were all in the sword form of the 9-moon execution sword, and 9 divine moons hung high behind its head. Majestic, holy. Countless people in the imperial city were dumbfounded. What is this? Buddha? Zhou Xuanji had completely fused with the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. At the same time, he activated world internalization and slashed madly. Wang Ho also jumped onto his shoulder, feeling excited. This kid had become stronger. He was very curious. How did Zhou Xuanji break through to Universe Heaven Level 2? The more the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha fought, the more frenzied it became. It forcefully broke through the divine ability barriers of the generals. All the legendary swords circled around the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's head, making it look like the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha was wearing a silver helmet. Boom! 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 The boundless imperial city was ravaged by the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Dust billowed and the streets cracked. Emperor Song levitated in the air and did not attack. He observed Zhou Xuanji quietly. To be more precise, he was observing the 9-moon execution sword. That's right. It's the divine moon. Could it be the heavenly saint's doing? He refined the divine moon into a supreme treasure. Emperor Song mumbled to himself, and his eyes became excited. He must get this sword. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha was like a divine mountain that created the world. Everything in the imperial city seemed insignificant before it. More and more powerful cultivators joined in. But Zhou Xuanji had no fear. He activated world internalization secretly, but he looked like he was possessed. He slashed and slashed madly, squandering his celestial energy. To prevent the imperial city from being razed to the ground, most of the generals chose to fight head-on, which caused their magic energy to be absorbed. Although they were shocked, they could no longer care so much. Soon, Zhou Xuanji's enemies grew to 100 Universe Heaven cultivators, and his momentum was being suppressed. Wang Ho stood on the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's shoulder and cast his divine ability occasionally, but it was a pity that it was useless. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha began spinning suddenly. 1,000 swords swung, and a violent gale swept up the sea of clouds into a vortex. But it was useless. One of the muscular generals grew to 100,000 meters tall and clashed with the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha was sent flying. The other powerful cultivators continued to attack. All sorts of divine abilities and spells landed on the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha like a storm, shattering the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Even world reincarnation could not withstand it, and Zhou Xuanji fell to the ground. Ding! 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 All the legendary swords landed beside him. He quickly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His right hand, which was holding the 9-moon execution sword, trembled slightly. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw 100 Universe Heaven cultivators surrounding him. Each of them was like a god, looking down at him. Wang Ho landed nearby and was injured as well. He clutched his shoulder and said with gritted teeth, "Brat, is that all you can do?" He was furious. If he knew this would happen, Zhou Xuanji would not have saved him. If both of them died here, the Center God province would be finished. It's not over yet, Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Hua, green flames enveloped his body, and the 9 divine moons radiated brilliantly. The disaster-releasing legendary sword's power was channeled into his body. Battle Path Flame Soul, disaster-releasing legendary sword. With the support of the 2 powers, his celestial power grew tremendously. Even the powerful heavenly law immortal constitution could not withstand it. Still not enough. Zhou Xuanji activated World Overlord and activated the power of the world in the Abyss Pearl mainland. Seeking death. A white-haired old general roared furiously. He slashed down with his saber, and the saber flashed as though it was going to cut the world in half. A black saber that was thousands of meters long appeared out of nowhere and landed on Zhou Xuanji's body. Boom! The ruins under Zhou Xuanji's feet crumbled again, and he disappeared. Seeing this, Wang Tsang shook his head and mocked. You dare to barge in with such little strength. A barbaric province is nothing more than this. Just when he finished speaking, the black saber shattered into countless black stars and dissipated. The earth shook violently, and 9 bright moons rose into the sky. The 9 divine moons formed a circle, and Zhou Xuanji was in the center. His body was golden, and the surface of his body was covered in green flames. Heavenly lightning coiled around him. His aura reached its peak, and the space around him rippled. What is disaster releasing? Transcend all suffering. Zhou Xuanji cried out expressionlessly. The 9 divine moons merged into his heavenly law immortal constitution. Chapter 511. After the 9 divine moons fused into his body, Zhou Xuanji fell into a mysterious state. All this while, he felt that the 9-moon execution sword contained boundless power. No matter how he activated it, he could not bring out the full power of this legendary sword. Just now, he activated the power of the divine moons with the battle path flame soul, and broke through the barrier instantly. The power of the divine moons flowed into his body with unstoppable force. His consciousness fell into a state of dizziness. When everything returned to normal, he found himself in a vast starry sky. Countless stars floated in front of him. All of them were like moons glowing faintly. Divine moons. Compared to the other stars, these divine moons were extremely eye-catching. They were radiating a divine radiance, like the stars surrounding the moon, holy and noble. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. There were so many divine moons in the universe. The supreme legendary sword system absorbed 9 mystic moons and created the 9-moon execution sword. At this moment, he saw a rainbow coming from the depths of the universe. It destroyed the divine moons directly, and the continuous explosions plunged the vast universe into daylight. Zhou Xuanji woke up suddenly and realized that he was levitating high up in the sky. Strands of green flames flickered in the white radiance, and the 9-moon execution sword in his hand seemed to have grown longer. Hundreds of universe heaven cultivators looked up at him with different expressions. Some were anxious, some were furious, some were fearful, and some were jealous. An unprecedented power boiled in Zhou Xuanji's body. He looked around him and realized that all the legendary swords levitated around him, glowing with the same white radiance. It was just like the group of divine moons he saw before, standing proudly under the sky. In the royal capital, countless people looked at him in disbelief. Feng Wuxia was also shocked. The divine moon in the sky, all spells are silent. She mumbled to herself. Emperor Tsang, who had been eyeing Zhou Xuanji, could no longer sit still. With a loud cry, he charged at Zhou Xuanji with his spear. In the blink of an eye, he traveled 10,000 meters and came up to Zhou Xuanji. With the spear in his right hand, he twisted his wrist and stabbed at Zhou Xuanji. Boom! A white radiance appeared and forcefully blocked the tip of his spear. Emperor Tsang was shocked, but he was a universe heaven level 12 cultivator after all. He used brute force to push Zhou Xuanji toward the horizon. Zhou Xuanji, however, had a strange expression. Under the white radiance of the divine moons, he felt that Emperor Tsang was not invincible. He stopped abruptly, and Emperor Azure was unable to advance any further. Sword Spirit, is the disaster-releasing divine sword really that powerful? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. The current 9-moon execution sword was completely different from the first time he had used it. Although he was excited, he was more confused. The Abyss Pearl mainland was formed from a divine moon. The sword master used the power of the world earlier, causing the Abyss Pearl mainland to resonate with the 9-moon execution sword. Now you've become one with the Abyss Pearl mainland. The power you're using now doesn't just come from the 9-moon execution sword. The sword spirit's explanation stunned Zhou Xuanji. The Abyss Pearl mainland was formed by the divine moon? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? At this moment, Emperor Tsang launched a torrential barrage of attacks. His spear was like a dragon, and lightning bolts struck Zhou Xuanji's body. But they were all blocked by the divine moon's white radiance, and did not cause any damage to Zhou Xuanji. Everyone in the imperial city was dumbfounded. That was the divine martial marquis, especially those generals. They could see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. A Hunyuan Heaven level 12 couldn't do anything to a Hunyuan Heaven level 2? Had they gone mad? Or had the heavenly Dao gone mad? Wang He was also dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening. How can it be? Emperor Song gnashed his teeth in rage. His murderous intent materialized in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about the divine moon. No matter how he attacked, he could not feel anything. Because of the divine moon, the Abyss Pearl mainland was protecting him. No matter how powerful Universe Heaven level 12 was, could he be more powerful than the Abyss Pearl mainland? The Abyss Pearl mainland had nurtured many powerful cultivators. Its fate was much more abundant than Emperor Song's. Zhou Xuanji still could not understand. Even if it was because of the divine moon, the Abyss Pearl mainland was willing to support him, and not the native creatures? Was it like helping a brother kill his own child? At this moment, the 9 souls began discussing the power of the divine moon. I see. The Abyss Pearl mainland is filled with spiritual qi and fate, because it was the divine moon. The world's power is helping this brat. The Abyss Pearl mainland must have been forced to become a continent. It wanted to sense this brat's divine moon power, so it wanted to use him to take revenge on the world. Hearing their words, Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. The divine moon was high up in the depths of the universe. Now that it had become the host of billions of living creatures, it naturally resisted. Zhou Xuanji stopped thinking and turned to look at Emperor Song. Are you done? Qin Wentian coldly asked. Maybe it was because of the energy from heaven and earth. His heart had changed as well. In his eyes, Emperor Azure was no different from a clown. Hearing this, Emperor Song's face twisted as he gritted his teeth. Who the hell are you? Why do you have the mystic moon sword? A long time ago, the divine moon was taken by the saints. He did not understand how Zhou Xuanji obtained this sword. Who am I? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. I am the world. A sword soul condensed behind him out of thin air. With a flash of sword light, blood splattered. Emperor Azure's head flew into the air. Silence. The mouths of the primordial heaven experts in the distance were wide open. They didn't even see that sword move clearly. A massive amount of magic energy entered Zhou Xuanji's body. The world internalization was hidden in the sword soul, which absorbed most of Emperor Azure's magic energy with a single slash. But because of his special state, Zhou Xuanji did not feel much. Wang Song's head stabilized. He looked at Zhou Xuanji in fear and cried out. You! Zhou Xuanji was astonished. His head was separated from his body, and he could still speak? Xiao! 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 The 3 sword souls slashed out, turning Emperor Azure's body into ashes. His soul fled in panic. It was so fast that Zhou Xuanji could not even react in time. He did not mind and said, Marquis, what are you waiting for? Do you want to die with them? Having heard him, Marquis came back to his senses and quickly flew toward Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, sword shadows that were radiating white light appeared in the sky above the royal capital. Primordial chaos sword shadow. A billion sword shadows swept across the sky. Nearly 10 million people in the city sensed the aura of death. On the stone stairs of the royal palace, Emperor God Fengxian looked at the sky full of sword shadows and was stunned. When he saw that Emperor Azure could not do anything to Zhou Xuanji, he was already dumbfounded. Why is it like this? Great Emperor Dao Court. You deceived this emperor. Emperor God Fengxian's body trembled as he mumbled to himself. He immediately disappeared from his spot. Block this divine ability, the white-haired old general roared. He channeled his magic energy and prepared to defend against the primordial chaos sword shadow. Zhou Xuanji turned around and walked toward Marquis. The sky full of primordial chaos sword shadow descended as though the sky was collapsing. The wrath of the heavens and earth annihilated all life. A horrifying beam of light with a vast diameter descended from the sky and drowned the prosperous royal capital. Chapter 512. Rumble. The primordial chaos sword shadow descended like a heavenly punishment. The huge imperial city of the Fengxian God dynasty was annihilated in an instant. Countless cultivators tried to escape, but they were quickly swept by the expanding white light, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The earth shook violently, and the white pillar of light expanded in all directions, sweeping out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the mountains shattered, the rivers evaporated, the grasslands became barren, and the cliffs were filled up. Wang Ho stood blankly in the air, staring blankly at the approaching white light. In the face of such a mighty force, he couldn't even muster the slightest will to resist. Zhou Xuanji came before him in a single step and grabbed his shoulder with his right hand, and the two of them left. Wang Ho opened his eyes again and found himself in a forest. Zhou Xuanji, who had turned into a figure of light, walked to the side and sat down. All of the divine swords disappeared and returned to the supreme storage. The white light on his body also dissipated. After the power of the world dissipated, Zhou Xuanji's aura suddenly exploded. The primordial chaos sword shadow was activated with the world internalization technique. Together with Emperor Azure's magic energy, the amount of magic energy Zhou Xuanji absorbed in this battle far exceeded what his body could handle. His body was bleeding profusely, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly took out the 9-moon execution sword and used the power of the divine moon to suppress the rampaging magic power in his body. Rumble, the heavenly tribulation suddenly descended. Wang Ho was dumbfounded. Was he going to break through again? How could this be? Was this guy's breakthrough speed reasonable? He slapped himself. It hurt, but it was real. Zhou Xuanji began to break through. He felt very complicated. He broke through just like that. It wasn't easy. The power of the mystic moon combined with world internalization was simply brutal. Wouldn't he be able to act tyrannically and do whatever he wanted? The surrounding trees were swept up by the strong wind and flew into the sky. Not long after, the forest no longer existed. Thunderclouds rolled, and the heavenly tribulation was about to appear. A ray of white light rose from Zhou Xuanji's body, and the tribulation dispersed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 3. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Abyssal Pearl, I need the heavenly tribulation. He also wanted to use the lightning to strengthen his thunderclap sword. Wang Ho fell to his knees. He held his head in his hands, his face full of disbelief and incomprehension. The heavenly tribulation dispersed? The heavenly Tao gave way for him? Motherf *Ker, Marquis cursed in his heart. He sat paralyzed on the ground and stared blankly at Zhou Xuanji. 1,000 miles away, Feng Yuxiu stood on the cliff and looked into the distance. Blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth, making her look incomparably beautiful. How did he obtain Mystic Moon's approval? So the Abyss Pearl mainland is also a divine moon. No wonder. No wonder. She smiled miserably and suddenly understood what her master meant. Her death tribulation had appeared. To be more precise, the death tribulation of the Abyss Pearl mainland had appeared. Even the Abyss Pearl mainland was helping the enemy. What chance did they have of victory? She took a deep breath and walked in the air. She was going to talk to Zhou Xuanji. Since Zhou Xuanji could save Marquis, it meant that he was not an absolutely evil person. He had benevolence and righteousness in his heart. Above the sea of clouds, Ichiotian opened his eyes. His expression was complicated as he mumbled, Zhou Xuanji, I underestimated you. Not only did he possess a sword created by the divine moon, but he was also able to awaken the divine moon's consciousness in the Abyss Pearl mainland. Could this child be a clone of Sage Daojing? At this moment, he felt quite fearful of Zhou Xuanji. This child's background was definitely not simple. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. Perhaps Zhou Xuanji could really pull all the saints down from their pedestals. He shook his head and continued to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough lasted for 3 days. In the end, he did not break through to Universe Heaven Level 4. But his celestial energy grew tremendously. He was like a completely different person compared to before. It felt great. He stood up and said, let's go and uproot the other 2 god empires first. With the 9-moon execution sword in his hand, he was extremely confident. With the help of the Abyss Pearl mainland, he did not need to wait at all. He could just start the battle. Marquis was stunned and quickly caught up with him. The two headed toward the Lukong God Empire. which was the closest to the Fengxian God Empire. Along the way, Marquis could not help but ask, "You are so powerful because of your sword?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "That's right. Where did you get it from?" "I was born with it. It was born with my soul." "Can you stop bragging? You don't believe me." "Should I believe you?" "Yes." No matter how Marquis asked, Zhou Xuanji refused to let go. What a joke. The supreme legendary sword system was his greatest trump card. How could he casually reveal it? At the same time, news of Zhou Xuanji destroying the Fengxian God dynasty's royal capital, all by himself, spread across the Abyss Pearl mainland. It was said that dozens of primordial heaven experts and tens of millions of cultivators died in this battle. The divine martial Marquis Wangsong was killed to the point where only his soul was left. Once the news spread, the world was shocked. Is he really the son of destiny? It was fate. Too strong. Even the 3 children of destiny from the Abyss Pearl mainland were far inferior to him. Unprecedented terror engulfed the Abyss Pearl mainland. 4 days later, the 2 entered the Lukang God Empire. As soon as he entered the Divine Dynasty, 10 powerful auras came from the Divine Dynasty's land. Their cultivation bases were all above Universe Heaven Tier 8. Zhou Xuanji smirked and directly unleashed World Overlord, using the power of the heavens and the earth. The 9-moon execution sword once again resonated with the Abyss Pearl mainland, and the Divine Moon once again connected. A powerful power descended upon Zhou Xuanji's body, and he once again turned into a person of light. He was incredibly dazzling, and it was difficult to discern his true appearance. "Monster!" a muscular man roared. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. Tens of thousands of sword shadows appeared, the tips of the swords pointing straight ahead. Boom! The 10 universe heaven cultivators could not dodge in time, and were engulfed by the tens of thousands of sword shadows. Not even their souls were left behind. The ground was pressed into a canyon that stretched all the way to the horizon. The mountains shook, and a violent gale blew recklessly. Zhou Xuanji walked in the air with 9 sword souls behind his back. The talent of an unparalleled sword emperor shook the heavens and the earth. Wang Ho followed behind him, sweating profusely. Too powerful. Killing universe heaven cultivators was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. "Wait, can you let me say something?" A woman's voice came from behind. Feng Yuxiu flew over and blocked Zhou Xuanji's path. Her cold and beautiful face was covered in a gloomy expression. Zhou Xuanji stopped and waited for her to speak. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're so powerful. Why are you willing to be a chess piece and slaughter the world? The heavenly saints let you participate in the battle because they don't want to be involved in the karma. Or else, with their cultivation, they can annihilate a continent with just a flick of their fingers." Zhou Xuanji asked, "Then what do you want me to do? Turn around and challenge the heavenly saints?" What a joke. How could he not know the logic behind this woman's words? He did not want to slaughter a continent either. It was just that he was not powerful enough, and had no other choice. Feng Yuxiu frowned, and a look of struggle flashed in her eyes. "I have a treasure that I can pass to you," she said with a deep voice, "to help you avoid the threat of the heavenly saints. I only ask that you give up this battle." Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and said, "Since you are a woman, if you don't disappear within 3 breaths, then die." Chapter 513. Facing Zhou Xuanji's domineering attitude, Feng Yuxiu was both shocked and furious. She did not act recklessly but quickly left. Zhou Xuanji did not take it to heart, and continued ahead with Marquis. "Lukang God Empire, I'm going to destroy it. It's useless no matter who comes. TSK, you really don't know how to be gentle to such a beauty." Marquis mocked. His eyes were filled with admiration when he looked at Zhou Xuanji. This brat did not lose himself because of his power, nor was he immersed in love. He had admired a junior before, but that brat only knew about love and was useless. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "I already have a wife. No one can stop me from protecting her." The 2 moved ahead quickly. Lukang God Empire was already in chaos. Zhou Xuanji's primordial chaos sword shadow was so powerful that most regions in Lukang God Empire could hear it. "The otherworldly devil is here." Is there really no one who can stop him? It's over. It's over. Let's run. Run. Where can we run to? Our fate is connected to the Abyss Pearl mainland. Even if we escape from the Abyss Pearl mainland, if we lose the war, we will still die. Every city was in chaos. Of course, countless brave warriors still charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Even though they knew that they could not defeat him, they were willing to fly into the flames of death like moths. Zhou Xuanji remained in the divine moon state. His body was filled with white radiance like a god, and no one could see his expression clearly. The sword souls behind him continued to attack, killing wave after wave of enemies. He did his best, which was the greatest mercy he could show to his enemies. He did not let these brave warriors feel pain. In this war between two worlds, there was no justice or evil to speak of. But after killing so many people, his heart began to change. Looking at the world from the perspective of the heavenly law. What kind of perspective was that? All living beings were like the flowers and plants in the backyard. If they grew too much, they must be removed. Along the way, he finally saw the royal capital of Lu Kang God Empire. Countless people ran out from all the city gates. There were even many cultivators circling in the air to protect the civilians as they fled. Seeing the two of them, the cultivators were in despair. Do you dare to tell me your name? Let this emperor know who killed me before I die. A voice that was filled with anger and murderous intention could be heard. Then, Emperor God Lu Kang flew out from the city. He wore a silver-white dragon robe and an emperor's crown on his head. He looked majestic and had a long sword in his hand. Evidently, he was prepared to fight to the death with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied softly. Right after he spoke, he activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. A billion sword shadows streaked across the sky, pointing at the earth. All living beings looked up, and all of them were filled with despair. Most of them collapsed to the ground and gave up on running. The primordial desolation sword shadow's coverage area was too big. They couldn't escape at all. Emperor God Lu Kang sighed, and he seemed to have aged 10 years. Bang! The primordial chaos sword shadow descended like a heavenly might, striking the earth. The imperial city turned into ashes, and the ground broke into pieces like a piece of paper. Emperor God Lu Kang's body was drowned by the strong light very quickly and he died. He would follow his divine dynasty through life and death. Zhou Xuanji turned around and used his body to protect Marquis. The two of them were engulfed by the powerful light. In the face of such mighty power, nothing could withstand it. The Lukang divine dynasty was finished. Even if most of the areas were not destroyed, they would still be fragmented. Zhou Xuanji sat on the peak of the mountain and regulated the violent celestial energy in his body. Marquis stood nearby and sighed in amazement. This guy is growing more powerful as he fights. If I knew this, I would have learned the world Buddha art back then. My revered teacher lied to me and said that this was an evil energy technique, and I would be doomed eternally. Thousands of words turned into a sigh in the end. If this continued, Zhou Xuanji would surpass him in terms of cultivation stage soon. Zhou Xuanji's celestial energy grew tremendously, and the heavenly tribulation came soon. And then it dissipated. He successfully broke through to Universe Heaven Level 4. Marquis looked at him in silence with a bitter look. After the breakthrough, Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Let's go. Next, we will deal with the Tianhe dynasty." Once the three divine dynasties were destroyed, the Abyss Pearl mainland's fate would disperse significantly. After all, the three divine dynasties suppressed the land and controlled countless living beings. The two of them headed toward the Tianhe dynasty straight away. Along the way, they tried to find out about Great Emperor Wu Wang. This guy had been missing for a few years. Could he be dead? But with Great Emperor Wu Wang's shrewdness, it would be difficult for him to die. This day, they were stopped by someone. "Zhou Xuanji, although I don't understand why you are so powerful, don't blame me for attacking you today." This person was wearing a violet gold armor and looked majestic. He held an extremely exaggerated heavenly halberd in his hand and stared at Zhou Xuanji coldly with a stern look in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the divine moon state, asked, "Oh, tell me your name." This person's aura was powerful, even more powerful than Emperor Tsang's. He might be someone extraordinary. Xiyangang. The man in the violet gold armor said with a deep voice, which shocked Marquis. Shi Yangang, ranked 9th on the Abyss Pro Hero ranking. His cultivation was at Universe Heaven level 15. With such cultivation, he would be invincible in the Center God province. Zhou Xuanji walked forward fearlessly. So what if he was at Universe Heaven level 15? At this moment, he controlled the Abyss Pearl mainland and the power of the Divine Moon. As long as he was in the Abyss Pearl mainland, he would be invincible unless the Heavenly Saint intervened. Shi Yangang raised his heavenly halberd, and billowing heavenly might descended. Thunderclouds gathered, and countless bolts of lightning landed on the halberd. The lightning flashed brilliantly. He turned into a war god that could pierce through the heavens and earth. He was extremely domineering. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. A billion sword shadows appeared behind him and pointed at Shi Yangang horizontally. They occupied half of the sky, and the white radiance made everything behind them lose its color. Seeing this, Shi Yanggang's heart shuddered. Although he had heard about this divine ability of Zhou Xuanji's, the fear he felt when he saw it with his own eyes was the most real. A 4th-level Universe Heaven cultivator can erupt with such power. Even Divine Moon cultivators can't be this strong. Shi Yangang was covered in cold sweat and began to hesitate. He suddenly felt that his chance of winning was not high. But it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji did not give him time to hesitate. Boom! The primordial chaos sword shadow shot out. A billion sword shadows were activated with such a massive momentum that it felt like it was going to sink the Abyss Pearl mainland and shatter the sky. Shi Yangang swung his halberd in a hurry, but before he could blink, he was engulfed by the primordial chaos sword shadow. Marquis, who was hiding behind Zhou Xuanji, stretched his head out and gulped. Too powerful. It was as though no powerful cultivator was worth mentioning before Zhou Xuanji. The war between the two worlds should be in the bag. Soon Shi Yanggang's aura disappeared. Before he died, he did not even have the time to say a word. A long while later, the primordial chaos sword shadow disappeared, and the ground shook. A long ravine that was wider than a river was formed, extending all the way to the horizon. As for Shi Yangang, not even a strand of hair was left. Chapter 514. The famous Shi Yangang, ranked 9th on the Abyss Pro Hero ranking, had fallen here. Marquis was no longer amazed. Instead, he smiled and said, "If this goes on, it won't be long before the war between the two worlds ends, right?" What he was most worried about was Zhou Xuanji's condition. If this brat's mystic moon state suddenly ended, what awaited them would be a nightmare. "I'm not sure. Up until now, we haven't felt any karmic luck forging our bodies," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. He had already killed so many enemies. Apart from his cultivation, where was his luck? If there was still no providence after the destruction of the 3 divine dynasties, he would have to question the rules of the war between the two worlds. Wang Ho nodded with a serious look on his face. Previously, he thought that the enemies he killed were too weak, so he didn't feel any luck. Now it seemed that there was something fishy about luck. He found it strange. Could killing enemies allow him to plunder luck? The two continued on their way to the Sky River God dynasty. The news of Shi Yanggang's death quickly spread. During the previous battle, there were many cultivators watching from afar. They all heard Shi Yanggang's domineering voice. After the primordial chaos sword shadow ended, Shi Yanggang's voice disappeared. The answer was obvious. This time, the Abyss Pearl mainland was in a complete panic. Shi Yangang was ranked 9th on the Abyss Pearl Hero ranking, and had Universe Heaven level 15 cultivation. He had lived for over 1,000,000 years, and such a powerful cultivator died so quickly. Perhaps even the top cultivator on the Abyss Pearl Hero ranking could not do anything to Zhou Xuanji. If they lost the war between the two realms, all living beings on the Abyss Pearl mainland would die. He couldn't even escape. They could only pray that the 3 children of destiny, who were sent to the Center God province, would act quickly. The Center God province was much more desolate than the Abyss Pearl mainland, so it shouldn't be too difficult for the 3 children of destiny. 1 month later, the Tianhe dynasty was destroyed, and the Tianhe emperor gathered more than 200 Universe Heaven cultivators to encircle Zhou Xuanji. All of them died. Zhou Xuanji exploded out, slashing apart millions of kilometers of land with a single strike, causing countless casualties. The three divine dynasties collapsed. The fate that Zhou Xuanji had been waiting for finally arrived. At this moment, he was bathing in the qi of the heavenly Tao, enjoying the cleansing. Coupled with the magic power he had absorbed earlier, his cultivation level had skyrocketed. Wang Ho stood not far away and watched with envy. If he was given such a boundless amount of heavenly Tao luck, he would be able to make a breakthrough. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to make a move along the way. Zhou Xuanji was just too powerful. Of course, even if he attacked, it would be useless. Boom! Zhou Xuanji broke through to Universe Heaven Level 5, and his cultivation was still increasing. The boundless destiny strengthened his emperor's might, which was not bad. After descending to the Abyss Pearl mainland, it had only been a little over 3 years. Yet he had leaped from the first level of Universe Heaven to the 5th level. This was simply unbelievable. One could only say that the world Buddha art was truly tyrannical. How powerful was Gu Tianxia, the creator of this technique? He believed that Gu Tianxia was definitely more proficient in using the world Buddha art than him. After all, the world Buddha art had more than 3 levels. This breakthrough took 5 days. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation stopped at Universe Heaven Level 5, and did not break through to level 6. Every time he advanced a level, the amount of magic power he needed would increase exponentially. With the mystic moon state, he didn't have much of a feeling towards his cultivation. Once he left the Abyss Pearl mainland, it would be very difficult for him to enter the divine moon state again. After all, the Center God province was not formed from the divine moon. After the breakthrough, they continued on their way. Zhou Xuanji set his sights on the Abyss Pearl mainland's sanctum. Wang Ho had already turned into a follower. Since he had someone to rely on, he was happy to be idle. Along the way, he began to tell Zhou Xuanji about Sage Daojing's background. The 9 heavenly saints existed since the beginning of the heavenly law. Sage Daojing was not a being from the Center God province, but he had preached about the Tao everywhere in the Great Thousand World. After that, he created Still Thought Temple, and allowed all living beings to come and seek enlightenment. They could come, but if they wanted to leave, they had to stay for a certain number of years, depending on their cultivation. There were even millions of years. Although Wang Ho respected Sage Daojing, he did not treat him as his revered teacher. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What is Sage Daojing's rank among the 9 heavenly saints?" Ever since he knew that the saint positions were limited, he was curious about the 9 heavenly saints. One day, they would become enemies. Zhou Xuanji had long wanted to become the most powerful. So how could he stay below the heavenly saints? Wang Ho rolled his eyes at him and said, "How would I know? The heavenly saints never fight personally. They always choose their pawns like this, nurture them, and fight again to divide the benefits. At their cultivation stage, if they fought, the entire Great Thousand World might be destroyed." Wang Ho reminded him intently, "Don't fight with the heavenly saints, including Sage Daojing. Don't be fooled by their gentleness. If the heavenly saints entered the mortal realm, they would be like mortals, and would be easy to get along with. But that was only their disguise. They had long abandoned their emotions and desires, so it was difficult for their mental states to fluctuate." Zhou Xuanji nodded. It seemed that Wang Ho had suffered losses before. Boom! A domineering figure shining with golden light descended from the sky and landed on the mountain peak in front of them. The impact caused the mountain walls to crack and the forest to sway in a violent gale. Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho stopped and looked over. Within the billowing dust, a golden ape stood proudly. His violent aura dispersed the dust around him. He looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are Zhou Xuanji, right? How about becoming my disciple?" Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho were stunned. They thought that he was an enemy, but they did not expect him to take him as a disciple. If he becomes an enemy, do you want him to give up on the Center God province? Wang Ho asked warily. At the same time, he was reminding Zhou Xuanji. The golden ape laughed with disdain. "If you become my disciple, I can help you destroy all living beings in the Abyss Pearl mainland. With a swing of my staff, I can sink the entire Abyss Pearl mainland." With this, Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho's expressions changed. The Abyss Pearl mainland was not the mortal realm. To destroy it in one strike, even Universe Heaven cultivators would find it hard to do so. Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. Your cultivation has surpassed Universe Heaven? He could not see through the other party at all, and he could not help but wonder. What is this guy trying to do? Universe Heaven level 18. Do you think the Heavenly Saint is above that? You underestimate the power of a Heavenly Saint. I can tell you that I fear no one below the Heavenly Saint. I am more than enough to be your teacher, the Golden Ape said proudly. The Golden Ape said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared beside him. It was Yi Qiutian. He stared at the Golden Ape and said with a smile, General, I don't think this is appropriate. He is Sage Daojing's subordinate. The Golden Ape smiled and said, Sage Daojing is not here. Zhou Xuanji looked at them and asked, Why don't you introduce yourself? This is not how you take in a disciple. He suddenly remembered the old beggar. The old beggar took him in as a disciple, but did not even reveal his name. I am the Golden Saint God, the old ancestor of the Golden Saint Ape clan. The Golden Ape said with a smile. He sized Zhou Xuanji up, and the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he was. Zhou Xuanji looked at Wang Ho and asked him with his eyes. Wang Ho shook his head. He was only 100,000 years old. To the vast great thousand world he was still very young. It was impossible for him to know everything. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 5:15. I already have a master, and he's not weak either. If I take you as my master, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Golden Saint God and said with a serious expression. The Golden Saint God said in disdain, As long as it's not a heavenly saint, nothing is troublesome to me. Yi Qiutian shook his head and laughed, but he did not say anything. However, there was a strange look in his eyes, as if he was expecting something. Zhou Xuanji asked, Do you know Northern Nether Sword Devil Su Qing and Grandmaster Aoshi? The Golden Saint deity replied, Su Qing wasn't bad in the past, but it's a pity that he's already crippled. Grandmaster Aoshi second-rate trash. A look of disdain appeared on his face. So, Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher was like this. Zhou Xuanji continued, They are my senior apprentice brothers. Above them, there are a dozen more senior apprentice brothers. Can you defeat all of them? And my revered teacher? The Golden Saint God and Yi Qiutian were both stunned. Su Qing and Grandmaster Aoshi were martial brothers? There were more than 10 senior brothers above them? Why hadn't they heard of it before? Judging from Zhou Xuanji's expression, he did not seem to be lying. If such a being really existed, it was not impossible to nurture a genius like Zhou Xuanji. No matter who it is, as long as they haven't become saints, I have no fear. The Golden Saint deity waved his hand. His eyes became sharp as he asked, Are you willing or not? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, What if I'm not willing? Boom. He immediately entered the mystic moon state, and the 9-moon execution sword appeared in his hand. His aura reached its peak. Golden Saint God and Yi Qiutian stared at him. What a tyrannical power of the divine moon. No wonder you've been so popular recently. Yi Qiutian chuckled as he looked down. No one knew what he was thinking. The Golden Saint deity said in disdain. Not bad, to be able to obtain the power of heaven and earth of the Abyss Pearl mainland. But do you really think that you are very powerful? How vast is the great thousand world? The Abyss Pearl mainland is only the tip of the iceberg, while I possess power that surpasses the great thousand world. How can you compare to me? How pretentious! Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold and sharp. He was ready to fight at any moment. At that moment, Yi Qiutian pulled Jin Shengshan back and said, Now is the time of the war between the two worlds, and he is a chess piece. If you snatch his chess piece, you will be offending the heavenly saint. You can look for him after the war between the two worlds ends. Hearing this, the Golden Saint God's eyes flickered and he hesitated. Zhou Xuanji and Yi Qiutian had an agreement. The two of them pretended that nothing had happened and did not make eye contact. Stinking brat, don't die. Just wait and be my disciple. The Golden Saint deity snorted coldly, somewhat dissatisfied. He wanted to take Zhou Xuanji away immediately. Zhou Xuanji calmly asked. Right now, I'm not strong enough to sweep through the Abyss Pearl mainland? The Golden Saint deity glared at him and said, Do you think you are very strong? There is a little fellow in the Abyss Pearl mainland who is stronger than you. If he comes out, you better avoid him. With that, the Golden Saint God and Yi Qiutian left. The two of them disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace of their aura. Wang Ho asked, Should we stop for a while? Zhou Xuanji was too sharp. If what the Golden Saint God said was true, and that powerful existence was invited out, it would be troublesome. Zhou Xuanji muttered, Let's continue. The more he fought, the stronger he would become. Waiting was not a good thing. Wang Ho was not stubborn. After all, he was riding on someone else's coattails. The two of them continued on their way to the Holy Land. There were 8 sacred grounds in the Abyss Pearl mainland, and each of them had countless disciples. The two of them flew toward the west first. The one guarding the west of the continent was the Dark Moon Valley. It had existed for more than 1,000,000 years. Within a radius of 10 million miles, there was no light all year round. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji charged into the Dark Moon Valley in his divine moon state. He was like the sun in the darkness, extremely eye-catching. Countless cultivators gathered from all directions. Instead of panicking, they formed their own formations. Billowing thunderclouds parted. A stone stele that was tens of thousands of meters tall descended. Dozens of strange words were carved on it, which Zhou Xuanji could not understand. Seems like they are prepared. Zhou Xuanji thought, and activated the primordial chaos sword shadow straightaway. His basic cultivation had already grown tremendously. This time, he formed 2 billion sword shadows that levitated under the sea of clouds. All the cultivators looked up and were dumbfounded. They were all horrified. 2 billion sword shadows floated in the sky, each of them glowing brightly. Facing such a formation, who could remain calm? Even though they were prepared, they could not control their fear. Zhou Xuanji, don't you dare! An old voice rang out, and a gray-robed elder appeared out of thin air on top of the stone tablet. He slammed his palm onto the stone tablet, and countless sparks flowed along his palm and spread across the entire stone tablet. The cultivators from all directions formed their formations and began attacking Zhou Xuanji. Countless beams of light shot toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions, aiming to kill Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji commanded with his mind, and the primordial chaos sword shadow descended with unstoppable momentum. Boom! The entire ground was engulfed by a powerful radiance. The Dark Moon Valley's disciples formed their formations to defend, but they realized in horror that their formations could not block the primordial chaos sword shadow at all. Their formations shattered immediately, and they were turned into ashes. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. The gray-robed old man's expression changed. He dodged instinctively, but he was still killed by the countless sword shadows. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but they did not know that Zhou Xuanji had been growing stronger. Boom! 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 The powerful radiance blinded the world, but the explosions continued. One could imagine how tragic this battle was. A long while later, the ground turned into barren land, and the powerful radiance receded. The Dark Moon Valley no longer existed. All the disciples were gone. Only a stone stele was left standing alone. Powerful magic energy returned to Zhou Xuanji's body, but he did not care about it. Instead, he looked at the stone stele. What's that? He was curious. Out of caution, he slashed at it with the sword soul. Boom! The stone stele shook violently. Next, it began to crack. The cracks spread across the entire stele, and it shattered. Countless rocks rolled down. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. After the stone stele shattered, a mummy appeared. This mummy was a few thousand meters tall. It had no hair, and its skin and flesh were shriveled and red. Its arms were crossed on its chest, and its head was raised. Its mouth was open, but it had no eyeballs. Its eye sockets were facing the sky. Its ears were very long, like those of a bat. There were 4 wings on its back. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious. Why was there a corpse hidden in the stone stele of the Dark Moon Valley? What was the Dark Moon Valley trying to do by taking out the stone stele? Defend? Or did they want to use this mummy to counterattack? Zhou Xuanji took out the Wind God sword and threw it. The blade pierced through the throat of the four-winged mummy, but it did not react. Don't touch him, or else not only will the Abyss Pearl mainland be in danger, but you will also die. A woman's voice came. Feng Yuxiu appeared hundreds of meters away. Within the white radiance, Zhou Xuanji said with a frown, "You again?" This woman was following him? Feng Yuxiu's expression was unsightly. "I'm not trying to save the people of the Abyss Pearl mainland," she said. "It's just that this concerns my death tribulation, so I followed you. I did not expect the Dark Moon Valley to be so vicious. To win, they took him out." Chapter 516. What exactly is this thing? Can you just say it? Stop beating around the bush. Wang Ho could not help but urge her. He was about to die from anxiety when he heard Feng Yuxiu's words. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god's sword, and had the 9 souls recognize it. This is one of the ancient demon gods, demon god Tianwu. He possesses the terrifying strength to destroy the great 1,000 worlds. A long time ago, he was killed by the heavenly saint. His corpse was unable to dissipate, so he was suppressed in the void. Later on, he was discovered by the Dark Moon Valley's old ancestor. They were extremely daring, and actually brought demon god Tianwu back to the Abyss Pearl mainland. Feng Yuxiu sighed. She wasn't sure how strong demon god Tianwu was, but it was definitely not something the Dark Moon Valley could control. Zhou Xuanji looked at demon god Tianwu, and thought to himself. Lu Wuji sighed and said, "The legendary 10 great demon gods were the first batch of demons. They were peerlessly powerful, and were of the same generation as several heavenly saints." Tao Master Xiantian, who rarely spoke, said, "Take this demon god's body. This is a great fortune. It's best if you refine it into your avatar. Maybe you can take the method to prove your Tao through strength." There was some excitement in his voice. Zhou Xuanji was curious and asked in his heart, "What does it mean to prove one's Tao through strength?" He looked at the four-winged corpse. He didn't expect this thing to have such a powerful background. Heavenly saints are heavenly saints recognized by the heavenly ways, and there are only 9 of them. However, heavenly saints are not the only ones recognized by the heavenly ways. Using strength to prove one's Tao is to use magic power that surpasses that of heavenly saints to forcefully break through. Even the heavenly ways cannot stop you from proving your Tao. Once you succeed, no heavenly saint will be a match for you. Tao Lord Xiantian replied. Not only was Zhou Xuanji shocked, but the other 8 souls were also shocked. Sovereign Xian asked curiously, "Who are you? Why do you know so much about the sainthood?" Emperor Zhao said excitedly, Good, stinking brat, quickly take it away. When I revive in the future, I will follow you." Emperor Songhai sighed. "I used to think that I was the strongest, but now I realize that all of you are stronger than me." The other souls followed suit. Zhou Xuanji immediately flew over to demon god Tianwu's corpse and put it into the Tianxia map. Feng Yuxiu opened her beautiful eyes wide and said, "Why did you take it away? Be careful, it might bite you." Her master had once told her that if she encountered a demon god's body, she must stay far away from it. Otherwise, she would suffer the wrath of heaven. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "If I take it away, won't the Abyss Pearl mainland be safe?" With that, he turned around and left. After destroying the Dark Moon Valley, once he got out of the Mystic Moon state, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket. He might even break through again. He had to quickly become stronger before the strongest expert of the Abyss Pearl mainland appeared. Feng Yuxiu followed behind. Wang Ho was surprised. Could it be that this woman had fallen in love with this guy? Zhou Xuanji turned around and slashed with his sword. Sword chi swept out. Feng Yuxiu's figure swayed and she easily dodged it. Zhou Xuanji was quite surprised. This woman was quite capable, so she was pretending to be weak to devour him. "I won't help the Abyss Pearl mainland deal with you. Since you refuse to come to your senses and want to continue participating in the battle, I won't say anything more. I just want you to bring me along. My death tribulation might be related to you, and I want to investigate it. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down." Feng Yuxiu said calmly. She glanced at Marquis and said, "I've lived for millions of years, and I've already severed my emotions and desires. I only seek longevity in the great Tao. I'll keep my distance from the two of you. If there's anything you want to know about the Abyss Pearl mainland, you can ask me. Wang Ho faked a cough to hide his awkwardness. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and agreed. He also wanted to learn more about the Abyss Pearl mainland. The three of them left one after another. News of the Dark Moon Valley's destruction spread. After the three god empires, another sanctum was also destroyed. The aura of defeat in the war between the two worlds drew closer and closer, making all living beings fearful. The remaining 7 sanctums began to communicate with each other, preparing to work together. From how things were going, Zhou Xuanji would definitely challenge the sanctums one by one. They had to work together, or else they would be defeated without a doubt. Zhou Xuanji landed on the grassy plains. After dispelling the divine moon status, he began to break through. In less than half a day, he forcefully broke through to Universe Heaven Level 6. There was no divine tribulation stopping him. Marquis kept his guard up against Feng Yuxiu. Fortunately, this woman did not do anything rash. What energy technique is he cultivating? With such great fortune, it seems that his teacher is not simple. Feng Yuxiu thought to herself curiously. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji got up and walked towards her. He was still holding the 9-moon execution sword, in case Feng Yuxiu suddenly attacked. Who is the most powerful among the native creatures of the Abyss Pearl mainland? Zhou Xuanji asked. After reaching Universe Heaven Level 6, he would become even more powerful after entering the Divine Moon mode. Feng Yuxiu replied, Zhao Gaos is the strongest. His cultivation has reached Universe Heaven Level 18, and he is the Abyss Pearl mainland's child of karmic luck. He is very talented, and he is not in the Abyss Pearl mainland. He will most likely return to reinforce the Abyss Pearl mainland soon. Zhao Gaos. Zhou Xuanji memorized the name in his heart. He did not ask much and continued to move forward. Universe Heaven 18 layer. This was the pinnacle of the Universe Heaven stage. It was no wonder that he was the strongest person on the continent. To prevent anything unexpected from happening, he had to become as strong as possible before Zhao Gaos returned. Would he be able to break through to the Universe Heaven stage level 10 if he annihilated the 8 great sacred grounds? A mountain peak appeared above the sea of clouds. Xiandaoya and Malicious Buddha stood side by side. In front of them was a purple-robed young man who was meditating. He had a handsome face and a noble temperament. He was dressed luxuriously like a member of the royal family. Zhou Xuanji, right? My cultivation has already reached Universe Heaven Level 6. When Zhou Xuanji comes back, I will definitely be able to defeat him easily, Zhou Xuanji said. The purple-robed youth said calmly without opening his eyes. Malicious Buddha nodded and said, 3 years ago, Zhou Xuanji had just broken through to Universe Heaven Level 1. This boy has the strength to fight those with higher cultivation. Even though your cultivation is much higher than his, you still need to be cautious. The purple-robed young man opened his eyes and looked at Malicious Buddha with a burning gaze as he said, You mean that my talent is inferior to his? If I wanted to become a great emperor, I would definitely be a first-class great emperor. However, I'm pursuing a stronger path. Xiandaoya loudly laughed, and Malicious Buddha also shook his head and laughed. They admired this boy's pride and did not want to discourage him. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji has been taken seriously by the Heavenly Saint and has many experts by his side. It's best if you can find an opportunity to fight him one-on-one. This boy's talent is peerless, and if you use his talent as a reason to challenge him, he will most likely agree, Xiandaoya said in a low voice. Xiandaoya muttered as he came up with a plan. The purple-robed young man slowly got up and coldly harumphed as he said, My target is not Zhou Xuanji, so there's no need for so many schemes. Compared to him, I want to defeat Zhao Gaos more. It's a pity that Zhao Gaos is too powerful, and I need to spend a long time chasing after him. As such, I don't want to spend too much time on Zhou Xuanji. I'll leave everything to you. I'll just attack. Hearing this, Malicious Buddha slightly raised his eyebrows and said, Zhao Gaos is in existence at Universe Heaven Level 18. Even if I face him, I have to be careful. Don't be too arrogant. If you're too stubborn, you'll break easily. Do you understand? The purple-robed young man did not reply, but his gaze was resolute. Chapter 517. Zhou Xuanji had no way of knowing the situation in the Center God province, so he could not help but feel worried. As such, he traveled incredibly quickly. The next sacred ground was known as the Night-Gazing Forest, which was slightly stronger than the Dark Moon Valley. However, by the time the three of them arrived at the Night-Gazing Forest, there was already no trace of anyone in the forest. All the disciples had already evacuated. Wang Ho spat. You actually fled? Are you even fit to be a holy land? If the Holy Land were to relocate, its luck would definitely plummet. Zhou Xuanji scanned the place with his divine sense, and found that there was not a single treasure left in the Night-Gazing Forest. How cunning! The 7 Holy Lands have probably joined forces. Her tone was calm, as if she was an outsider. She was indeed an outsider. If it wasn't for the fact that her master had told her that her death tribulation was coming, she wouldn't have come to the Abyss Pearl mainland. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who is the most powerful in the sanctums?" "Only the strongest Holy Land could gather the other Holy Lands." Feng Yuxiu muttered, "It should be the One God Hall. They are the first sacred ground in the history of the Abyss Pearl mainland. Their ancestors surpassed universe heaven and ventured into the void. If you destroy one godly hall, there will be trouble in the future." Zhou Xuanji snorted in disdain. When he wanted to destroy the Abyss Pearl mainland, it meant that there would be endless trouble. Every time he thought of this, he felt nothing towards the heavenly saint. If the heavenly saint took action himself, how could the living dare to hold a grudge? Yet he had to choose 3 children of destiny to compete. Wasn't this just creating conflict? However, by doing so, he was also giving everyone a chance of survival. "Take us to one shrine," Zhou Xuanji continued. Feng Yuxiu nodded and flew in another direction. Zhou Xuanji and Marquis followed closely behind. Along the way, Wang Ho kept asking Feng Yuxiu questions. They were all asking about the seniors of the Abyss Pearl mainland. Once the Abyss Pearl mainland was destroyed, many experts would descend upon the Center God province to seek revenge. Feng Yuxiu was annoyed by the questions. She snorted coldly and said, "After the war between the 2 worlds ends, the heavenly saint will erase the memories of the victors. As for the losers, anyone who can escape from this situation will be enlightened. How can they bear grudges like mortals?" It wasn't the first time that the Abyss Pearl mainland had experienced a war between 2 worlds. It was just that the living beings couldn't remember it. The Night-Gazing Forest was very far away from the One Godly Hall. It was equivalent to passing through the Abyss Pearl mainland. On the way, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 238 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Armageddon Crimson Sun Sword, Disaster Release Cultivation Absorbing Demon Seal. 2 divine swords. There was also a disaster releasing divine sword. Zhou Xuanji rejoiced in his heart. Next, information about the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Crimson Sun Sword grade. Armageddon description: a divine sword formed by the Crimson Sun. It can burn the world. Sword name: Cultivation Absorbing Demon Sealer level. Disaster relief description: a sword that specifically absorbs the cultivation of the demon race and seals off demonic chi. The more demonic chi it absorbs, the stronger the sword chi will be. One must be at least at Universe Heaven Realm level 1 to use it. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. Cultivation Absorbing Demonic Sealer counters demons? It could also absorb demonic energy and become stronger and stronger. Not bad at all. Zhou Xuanji liked swords that had the potential to grow, especially swords that could grow in battle. He didn't take it out to check. He had the 9 Moon Execution sword in his hands, so he didn't need the Cultivation Absorbing Demonic Seal for the time being. Moreover, the Cultivator Absorbing Demon Sealer was targeted at the devil race. The demonic cultivators of the Abyss Pearl mainland couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. He would use it against the demons in the future. Because Xian Xianghua was in the demon realm, he believed that one day, he would be able to face the enemies of the demon race. After obtaining another disaster-releasing divine sword, Zhou Xuanji felt incredibly happy, and even Feng Yuxiu became much more pleasing to the eye. One God Palace was located at the summit of the Abyss Pearl mainland's tallest mountain. Right now the entire mountain was filled with people. There were humans, demons, dragons, and other races. All of them had taken human form and formed an army. There was also a massive army around the mountain. All of the creatures that could come here had the strength to take human form. The weak were not qualified to participate in battle, and they only needed to hide. The surrounding 10,000 kilometers were filled with an austere aura. When is Zhou Xuanji coming? Probably soon. He's been fighting nonstop. Could it be that his magic energy is limitless? How can he fight so frequently? This time, it's going to be a battle to the death. It's said that Zhou Xuanji has the title of Sword Emperor in the Center God Province, and is acknowledged by heavenly law. How do you know? If he's the Sword Emperor acknowledged by heavenly law, no wonder he's so powerful. All the creatures and factions were discussing Zhou Xuanji. Previously, they might have been enemies, but now they would be fighting side by side. No hatred could compare to the survival of the Abyss Pearl mainland. In One God Palace, hundreds of universe heaven cultivators gathered here. The current palace lord Li Yishan sat on the highest seat. Every palace lord of One God Palace would receive the title of Yishan. Li Yishan's cultivation was at universe heaven level 17. No one in the palace could compare to him. He glanced at everyone and said, "Our Abyss Pearl mainland is the divine transformation of the divine moon. Zhou Xuanji has also received the divine moon's inheritance, so we are fighting against the Abyss Pearl mainland. I already have a countermeasure against the divine moon, which is our One God Palace's 10,000 divine wool formation." 10,000 divine wool formation. Everyone's expressions changed, and their expressions changed. A short man slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Li Yishan and asked, "Do you want to become the center of the 10,000 divine wool formation and fight to the death with Zhou Xuanji?" The others also had a strange expression. This formation would absorb the essence qi of those who entered, and even hurt their foundations. Only one person could benefit from it. Li Yishan looked calm. A domineering aura exploded from him. "Among everyone here, other than me, who else can convince you? Who else can you trust? Remember, this is not a martial arts competition, nor is it a battle between two sects. If we lose this battle, we will all die. Not only us but also all living beings in the world." His voice was powerful and overpowered the entire palace. Everyone fell into silence. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and the other two were still on their way. Feng Yuxiu told Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho about the 10,000 divine wool formation, which shocked them. Such a formation existed in the world. However, if this formation was activated, all the disciples would be injured. It could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. But to One God Palace, this was the last resort. Wang Ho looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Which means to say, you will fight against the combined power of all living beings in the world. Are you afraid?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said condescendingly, "I'm afraid." Wang Ho curled his lip. This brat was getting more and more arrogant. He was looking forward to it. If this wave ended, the Center God Province would win. As long as it ended, he would no longer have to hide, and could peacefully continue to comprehend the Great Tao. "How far are we from One God Palace?" Wang Ho asked Feng Yuxiu, his tone filled with anticipation. Feng Yuxiu looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "We're almost there. The 10,000 divine wool formation has already been activated. Li Yishan's aura is even more powerful than when you were at Dark Moon Valley." Chapter 518. "Really?" Marquis asked nervously. Zhao Gao's hadn't even descended, but Li Yishan had already erupted? Feng Yuxiu answered, "At least in terms of aura." She looked at Zhou Xuanji and really wanted to know what this brat was thinking. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Much more powerful than me?" The divine will of 10,000 formation seemed to be pretty good. He was looking for a chance to get it. Although it's not like the difference between heaven and earth. At this level, this small difference can affect the outcome of the battle. Moreover, Li Yishan has lived longer than you, so his combat experience and divine powers are richer than yours. Feng Yuxiu said seriously. She wasn't biased. This was how she felt. Wang Ho frowned at that. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "You think that was my peak before?" With that he sped up and rushed forward. The 9-moon execution sword appeared in his hands. He immediately entered the mystic moon state, and his body shone with white light. Like a meteor, he shot towards One Godly Hall. At this moment, near the mountain where the One Godly Hall was located, all living beings had already made their preparations for battle. All living beings within 10,000 miles sat cross-legged on the ground. Their essence, energy, and soul turned into white smoke that rose into the sky and gathered on one person. That was Li Yishan. Li Yishan floated in the air, enjoying the essence, qi, and spirit of billions of living beings. His aura rose steadily. He looked at his hands with a fascinated look on his face. With this kind of strength, even if he faces Zhao Gao's, he should still be able to obtain victory, Li Yishan muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The array of divine will of 10,000 qi was still in operation, and he was also steadily getting stronger. He could already sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. He was very strong. However, he was no match for the current him. Boom! Zhou Xuanji flew over from the horizon, giving off a majestic aura. Seeing this, all living beings shuddered. They looked up at Zhou Xuanji. The white light flashed, and they could not see Zhou Xuanji's face at all. However, in such a situation, they felt even more respect towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stopped 1,000 meters away from Li Yishan. Li Yishan stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You're Zhou Xuanji? I didn't expect you to be able to perfectly withstand the power of the mystic moon. You are indeed worthy of the title of Sword Emperor." He did not have much hatred for Zhou Xuanji. In the War of the Two Realms, everyone was forced to do so. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "How about giving me the spell formation? I guarantee that your One Divine Hall's disciples will die painlessly." Li Yishan narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He laughed coldly and said, "You really know how to joke." He immediately prepared for battle. Zhou Xuanji condensed the battle flame soul. Within the white light, strands of green flames coiled around it, and its aura grew explosively. Li Yishan's expression slightly changed. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji could become stronger. He shouted loudly, "All beings of the Abyss Pearl! Today was a battle of life and death for all living beings in the world. Today, if we win, the world will win. If we lose, the world will lose." His voice resounded beneath the clouds, surging with passion, sonorous and forceful. Even Zhou Xuanji was somewhat influenced by him, let alone the people below. This guy really knows how to stir up people's hearts. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, but did not care. Kill! Billions of creatures roared in unison, shouting themselves hoarse. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with bloodshot eyes, wanting to tear him to pieces. In the distance, Marquis was extremely nervous. He asked Feng Yuxiu, "What are his chances of winning?" Feng Yuxiu frowned and said, "Even though he used a divine ability to increase his cultivation, his chances of winning are still not high. As for the specifics..." As she spoke, Zhou Xuanji suddenly moved. He held the 9-moon execution sword and leapt up, breaking through the sea of clouds and disappearing. Li Yishan looked up and could sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. He took out a 5-edged whip and prepared to fight. Rumble! A massive explosion sounded out, shaking the heavens and earth, and causing all living beings on the ground and mountains to feel incredibly uneasy. Li Yishan slightly frowned. He did not dodge because he could not dodge. Once he dodged, the creatures below would suffer a calamity. He gathered his magic energy and whipped out. This whip gave off a brilliant light, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji broke through the clouds and dove down. He gripped his sword with his right hand and pointed it downwards. The air around him exploded, shaking the space. It was as if a ray of divine light descended from the sky, world-suppressing. This was a divine ability that Zhou Xuanji had obtained when he broke through to universe heaven, but he had not used it yet. He poured all of his divine moon energy into the 9-moon execution sword, and his aura reached an unprecedented peak. He was incredibly fast, unstoppable. He crushed the 5-edged whip's energy directly and charged toward Li Yishan. Li Yishan opened his eyes wide and instinctively swung his palm. The surging magic energy turned into a massive palm that was as big as a mountain and slammed toward Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The massive palm shattered, and white light burst out from Zhou Xuanji's body. The sword landed on Li Yixin's body and pressed him down to the ground. All beings who were forming the 10,000 divine will formation were dumbfounded. Before they could react, Zhou Xuanji pressed Li Yixin down to the ground. What followed was an earth-shattering sound. The white sword chi swept in all directions, and the ground rumbled. Countless living beings were turned into dust, and mountains crumbled. The scene was incredibly majestic. Marquis opened his mouth wide, and could not believe his eyes. Feng Yuxiu was also stunned. Looking over, the entire ground was destroyed by Zhou Xuanji's sword chi. One sword suppressing the world, destroying all living beings. Feng Yuxiu raised her right hand, and used magic energy to create a barrier of light, protecting Marquis. The sword chi flashed past their bodies, and they could not see anything. They were surrounded by sword chi. Feng Yuxiu's expression slightly changed, and she lightly gritted her teeth. A look of shock appeared on her beautiful face as she muttered, "What divine ability is this? How can it be so powerful?" Marquis was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His body trembled as he said, "Didn't you say that his chances of victory were not high?" Feng Yuxiu's expression was complicated as she said gloomily, "Li Yixin is already dead." She had miscalculated. Zhou Xuanji was too powerful. If it was her, facing that sword strike, she would have died without a doubt. If it wasn't for the fact that they were quite far away, she would not have been able to block that sword chi, which was as boundless as heavenly might. Marquis was delighted. Li Yixin had fallen. Looking at the might of that sword strike, all living beings would most likely die. In other words, they were only a step away from victory in the war between two worlds. In the next second, his expression became one of shock. This was because he saw the barrier of magic energy that Feng Yuxiu had created melting. Not good. He's too powerful. I can't hold on much longer. Feng Yuxiu gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with fear. Wang Ho almost cursed out furiously. "Weren't you very arrogant before? You even said that Zhou Xuanji was not powerful enough. And now you can't do it?" Feng Yuxiu raised her left hand, and a jade pendant that looked like a lion's face appeared. In the next second, she and Wang Ho disappeared. After an unknown period of time, the sword chi dissipated, and the entire world was in a turbid state. Countless dust and dirt filled the air, as if chaos had just begun. A ray of white light could be vaguely seen on the ground. It was Zhou Xuanji. He slowly got up, holding the 9-moon execution sword in his hand. He scanned the surroundings, and all he saw was desolate, without a trace of life. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 519. I'm too powerful. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He walked to the top of the ruins and sat down cross-legged. With world suppressing, the factions led by one god Hall were all annihilated. Everything calmed down. He did not look for Marquises immediately, but chose to break through. When he used world suppressing, he also used world internalization to absorb countless magic energy. If he did not suppress it in time, his body would not be able to endure it. Boom! The heavenly tribulation came as scheduled. Spiritual chi seeped out from the ground and entered his body. He took out the ancient god's sword and stabbed it into the ground to defend himself. After that, the heavenly tribulation dispersed. He began to break through. In less than half an hour, he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 7. Because the magic energy in his body was too violent, his heavenly law immortal constitution almost exploded. Fortunately, the power of the divine moon could barely suppress it, and he broke through safely. After breaking through, his body began to transform, and the discomfort subsided. World suppressing had destroyed too many living beings. Their magic energy gathered together was too violent. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. It seemed that he had to be careful when using world internalization in the future. If he killed himself, it would not be fun. Half a day later, he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 8, and the growth of his cultivation began to slow down. Another 2 hours passed, and he completely absorbed the magic energy in his body. Universe Heaven Level 8. How wonderful! Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He looked up and saw thunderclouds billowing, as though something was about to descend. Boom! A beam of light pierced through the clouds and shone on Zhou Xuanji. It was heavenly law fate. In this battle, Zhou Xuanji had wiped out the 8 sanctums of the Abyss Pearl mainland. Horrifying fate gathered on his body, and the ground undulated like waves. Take out Demon God Tianwu. I will teach you a technique to refine Demon God Tianwu into your clone. Dao Lord Xuantian's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, a wave of memories flowed into the depths of his mind. The ancient god sword beside him trembled violently. Evidently, the souls were extremely excited. Soon, Zhou Xuanji learned the technique to refine a clone from Dao Lord Xiantian. It was called the soul division technique. He could imbue his will into the clone. From now on, whatever he wanted the clone to do, the clone would do instinctively. He immediately took out Demon God Tianwu's corpse. He leaped onto Demon God Tianwu's chest, and the providence of the heavenly Tao shone on Demon God Tianwu's body. He sat down cross-legged and used the soul division technique. Demon God Tianwu was not recognized by the heavenly Tao. Back then, when the heavenly saint killed him, he borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao. His corpse still has the heavenly Tao seal. And now, you can use the heavenly Tao's luck to erase the heavenly Tao seal. From today onwards, Demon God Tianwu can be revived. Tao Lord Xiantian said excitedly, as if he had obtained Demon God Tianwu. The other souls spoke one after another, all of them very excited. Legend has it that the 10 great demon gods were the earliest demons, immortal and indestructible. Just how strong are they? Let's put it this way. With this clone, at least in the Center God province, no one can harm him. Not only that, Demon God Tianwu will continue to recover his battle strength. As long as he has enough time, he will return to his peak state sooner or later. How strong was Demon God Tianwu at his strongest? Invincible below heavenly saints. SSSS. Hearing their discussions, Zhou Xuanji felt quite expectant. Soon, he split off a trace of his soul and had it enter Demon God Tianwu's body. The process of splitting his soul was very painful, and he felt as if his head was going to explode. Demon God Tianwu was now ownerless, and the heavenly law seal within his body had disappeared, allowing Zhou Xuanji's soul to easily take over this body. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to take over Demon God Tianwu's body. As soon as their soul got close to the heavenly law seal, they would suffer a backlash. Zhou Xuanji had already obtained most of the Abyss Pearl mainland's fate, and ordinary people could not compare to him. Adding on the soul division technique, it was not difficult at all. Sovereign Xian asked out of curiosity. Tao Lord Xiantian, this clone creation technique is not simple. Where did you obtain it? Before, Tao Lord Xiantian had been very curious about him, but he had ignored him. Now the tables had turned. Tao Lord Xiantian did not reply to him, making him feel quite anxious. The other souls also asked curiously. Tao Lord Xiantian said, outside the Great Thousand World, there is an even more vast void. Even though few people go there, there are many serendipity hidden there. I obtained it from a broken cave abode. This clone creation technique is definitely top-notch. Without the soul division technique, no matter how much heavenly law fate you have, you will not be able to remove the heavenly law seal within his body. His tone was filled with arrogance. You guys ignored me before, but what about now? A while later, Zhou Xuanji's trace of soul completely fused with Demon God Tianwu's body. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt that he had some sort of connection with Demon God Tianwu. With a thought, Demon God Tianwu slowly stood up. With the heavenly law fate, his shriveled body began to fill up. A layer of horny armor covered his body, and the aura of a demon god emanated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Zhou Xuanji, who was standing on his head, was shocked in his heart. Such power! He could sense that Demon God Tianwu's body contained a power that was even more powerful than his. Pure power. No magic energy. It was as though he could destroy the entire Abyss Pearl mainland with a single punch. He smiled before putting Demon God Tianwu into the Tianxia map. This clone would be his trump card, and he could not expose it easily. He sat on the ground and regulated his aura. Half an hour later, the pillar of light formed from the heavenly law fate dissipated. His cultivation did not break through, but his body and emperor's might were greatly strengthened. This feeling of quickly becoming stronger felt so good. At that moment, Feng Yuxiu and Marquis flew over from the horizon. The two of them locked onto his aura and quickly landed in front of him. Marquis said excitedly, "Stinking brat, you're so powerful. You really won, and you only used one sword strike." He swore that he would never forget that sword strike for the rest of his life. Feng Yuxiu looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. This fellow's talent was so terrifying. In all her life, no one had such incredible talent. Even Zhao Gao's could not compare to him. Zhou Xuanji smiled calmly and said, "Victory is in sight, we can't relax. Let's continue." Marquis nodded, and the three of them continued on their journey. News of the 7 sanctums being destroyed by Zhou Xuanji spread. This time, the Abyss Pearl mainland felt despair. Many creatures felt that their deaths were near, and they started to go crazy, venting their emotions without restraint. The Abyss Pearl mainland was about to become hell on earth. The unluckiest were those who had ascended. Right after ascending, they found out that the Abyss Pearl mainland was going to be destroyed by the heavenly law. They felt so regretful that their intestines turned green. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew on clouds, and Feng Yuxiu could not help but ask out of curiosity, "What was that sword strike of yours?" Chapter 520. It's a sword technique I created, world suppressing. One sword suppressing the world, isn't it mighty? Zhou Xuanji harumphed. After all, only he knew the sword techniques created by the supreme legendary sword system. So it was not wrong to say that it was a sword technique he created. Hearing this, Feng Yuxiu muttered, "World suppressing? World suppressing?" That sword strike from before had indeed been incredibly domineering. As the sword descended, everything on the ground had been turned into barren land. Even someone as powerful as Li Yixin had been instantly killed, unable to resist at all. She sighed and said, "You already have the strength to fight against Zhao Gao's." Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said, "Only? I can't defeat him 100%? Just as Feng Yuxiu was about to reply, she thought about it. This boy's talent was too powerful, and perhaps he had trump cards. As such, she fell silent. Seeing that she did not reply, Zhou Xuanji felt bored and ignored her. After the 3 god dynasties and 8 sanctums were destroyed, Zhou Xuanji and the others began to wander aimlessly. Now that the Abyss Pearl mainland was in a state of panic, those famous experts were most likely hiding, and would not wait for him to kill his way in. If he could defeat Zhao Gao's, the war between 2 worlds would most likely end. Zhao Gao's was ranked first on the Abyss Pearl hero ranking, and his strength surpassed the Abyss Pearl mainland. However, Zhou Xuanji did not. There were still things in the Abyss Pearl mainland that he could not let go of, so he would often come back. According to Feng Yuxiu, with Zhao Gao's personality, after seeing the Abyss Pearl mainland, he would definitely come to find him. "You understand Zhao Gao so well, what's your relationship?" Zhou Xuanji asked mockingly. "Don't tell me he's your little lover. If I kill him, will you fight me to the death?" Feng Yuxiu's gaze was cold as she said, "There's a great difference in seniority between us. I've pursued the great Tao my entire life, and will not be trapped by love. I hope you can be more respectful." Marquis could not help but laugh, causing Feng Yuxiu to glare at him. The relationship between the 3 of them had become much better. Feng Yuxiu would tell them about the Great Thousand Worlds and the Void, so that they would be more prepared when they left the Center God province. There were exactly 9 known boundless worlds. Legend had it that there were even more boundless worlds a long time ago, but the Heavenly Saint destroyed those boundless worlds in order to better manage them. It's best that you don't enter the void carelessly in the future. Feng Yuxiu said profoundly, "Legend has it that a long time ago, a Heavenly Saint disappeared into the depths of the void. Later, a new Heavenly Saint took his place. Less than half of the experts who went to the void returned alive." So terrifying? Zhou Xuanji and Marquis looked at each other. They had thought that the Heavenly Saints were omnipotent. They had not expected that there would be something that could threaten them. I heard that the war between the two worlds was to prevent the great thousand worlds from expanding and entering the void. That was why the heavenly saints worked together with the heavenly Tao to do this. Feng Yuxiu continued to speak, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. Does this woman not know that the gods are 3 feet above her head? Was he not afraid of the heavenly saint finding out? Feng Yuxiu saw through his gaze and answered, "The heavenly saint of the Zhengxian Great Thousand is my teacher." Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho's expressions were strange. This woman had such a powerful background. It was no wonder that he spoke so freely. Zhou Xuanji felt uneasy in his heart. If he attacked Feng Yuxiu, would the heavenly saint take revenge on him? In the investiture of the gods, the saints had fought over their disciples. After Feng Yuxiu revealed her identity, Zhou Xuanji and Wang Ho did not dare to be rude to her anymore. Feng Yuxiu was not arrogant either. No matter what they asked, she answered honestly. In the vast starry sky, Sage Daojing and an old man were playing chess. They were levitating, and the chessboard before them was very strange. It looked like a Tai Chi diagram, but there were other complicated patterns on it. Each of them had 50 chess pieces. One side was black, and the other side was white. The old man who was playing chess with Sage Daojing was Feng Yuxiu's teacher. He was muscular and wore a red robe. His hair was tied up with a golden thread. "Hongsher, seems like you are going to lose this game," Sage Daojing said with a smile. Just when he spoke, a few of his opponent's chess pieces fell. Old ancestor Hongsher snorted. "So be it. You have lost to me so many times. So what if I give you a handicap this time?" He changed the topic and said, "This kid is not simple. How did you nurture him?" Below the heavenly saint, everyone was in their eyes. "It's strange. I can't see through this kid." Sage Daojing shook his head and smiled. He paused and guessed. He might have obtained a fortuitous encounter from the void. Hearing this, old ancestor Hongsher became even more interested. He said, "Give him to me, and you can choose any one of my subordinates." Sage Daojing asked teasingly, "If I want Si Mingyan, will you be willing?" "Yes." "Really? Would there be any lies between us?" "Then forget it. I won't trade." "You." Old ancestor Hongsher was angered by Sage Daojing. He raised his hand and attacked Sage Daojing, who dodged backwards. The two of them were like old children who could not grow up. They were filled with fun. Under the blue sky, the mountains rose and fell. Gu Tianxia sat on a stone chair on the mountain. The stone chair was covered with a thick beast hide. He rested his chin on his right hand and rested. The entire mountain was filled with monsters. At the foot of the mountain, there was a bare tree with 2 people tied to it. The 2 of them were dirty and had messy hair. They were in a sorry state. They stood shoulder to shoulder and glared at Gu Tianxia. They were the Abyss Pearl Mainland's children of destiny. When they had first descended to the Center God province, they had been incredibly majestic. However, they had encountered Gu Tianxia, and their magic energy had been sucked dry. Now they were 2 cripples. Despicable. If this goes on, we'll become the sinners of the Abyss Pearl Mainland. A tall man said as he gritted his teeth. If news of this humiliation reached the Abyss Pearl Mainland, would they still have the face to live? The person beside him sighed and said, "What do we do? We're already prisoners. Even though we're in a sorry state, the Center God province's people won't be able to do anything in the Abyss Pearl Mainland. The difference in strength between the 2 worlds is still quite great. It's said that the 3 people sent over have the highest cultivation at Universe Heaven Level 5. Even if their talent is extraordinary, there's still Zhao Gao's." Hearing about Zhao Gao's, the tall man's eyes lit up, and his dispirited look disappeared. As long as the Center God province's 3 geniuses died, they could return. However, they did not know that the Abyss Pearl Mainland was about to perish. Elsewhere, Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on a grassy plain. They did not continue onwards and silently waited for Zhao Gao's to descend. "Where did Great Emperor Wuang run off to? Don't tell me he really died?" Marquis muttered as he sat on the ground. He felt like he was Great Emperor Wuang's mortal enemy, and he did not want that fellow to die so quickly. Zhou Xuanji did not reply, and instead started to comprehend his way of the sword. Fighting in the divine moon state allowed him to comprehend many things. The power of the divine moon was peerlessly domineering. When using world-suppressing and primordial chaos sword shadow, advancing courageously was an incredibly wonderful feeling. Feng Yuxiu stood not too far away and looked at the sky, lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 521. With Feng Yuxiu by his side, Zhou Xuanji could not take out demon god Tianwu to study, and he did not cultivate either. The immortal energy stored in the Tianxia map was already massive. After all, he had absorbed the magic energy of hundreds of millions of creatures in the Abyss Pearl mainland. Wang He was comprehending as well. He had learned a lot from his experiences over the years, and he needed to calm his heart and feel them well. Days passed by. The Abyss Pearl mainland was also becoming more and more chaotic. The 3 divine dynasties and the 8 sacred lands were no longer around, and the people of the Abyss Pearl mainland let go of their inner desires. In the face of despair, they went their own ways and acted without restraint. Emperor Wuwang had yet to show himself. Perhaps he really was dead. If he was still alive, after hearing about the situation in the world, he would most likely come to find Zhou Xuanji and Yi Sisi immediately. Of course, there was another possibility. He must have encountered a great opportunity. 3 months passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji could not sit still anymore. Rather than doing nothing, it was better to go to the Abyss Pearl mainland and search for treasures. He told Wang He his idea, and the two of them hit it off immediately. Feng Yuxiu led the way. For her own death tribulation, Feng Yuxiu was willing to lead the way. She did not know why, but when she was beside Zhou Xuanji, she felt very peaceful. This feeling was very strange, and it made her even more curious about Zhou Xuanji. Are there any powerful treasures in the Abyss Pearl mainland? It would be best if they are heavenly treasures that can increase one's cultivation. Zhou Xuanji asked, not for himself. He wanted to collect more and bring them back to plant in order to support Emperor Sword Court and Divine Cliff. Feng Yuxiu muttered, I'll bring you to the south. There's an ice region in the south. The natural treasures there can survive for a very long time, because there are few people there. Wang He asked curiously, how many continents like the Abyss Pearl mainland are there in the Zhengqian Great Thousand? When they first arrived, they saw many continents that looked like small islands. They were all about the same size, and there were no obvious continents. At least a few hundred. I don't know exactly how many there are. I've been cultivating with Master for a long time, and I haven't traveled the entire Righteous Gone Great Thousand. Feng Yuxiu said with a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji and Marquis looked at each other and saw the sorrow in each other's eyes. A heavenly saint's disciple was indeed impressive. The two of them immediately flew towards the south. Outside the Zhenggan Great Thousand, a figure sped through the universe, faster than a meteor. His entire body glowed with a faint white light. His expression was grave and stern, and his silver hair danced wildly in the wind. He wore a blue and white robe, and a golden folding fan was stuck to his back. He was Zhao Gao's. Recently, his mind had been restless, and he was unable to cultivate in peace. So he could only return to the Abyss Pearl mainland to take a look. His gaze was calm as he stared straight ahead without shifting his gaze. Xiao! A beam of golden light shot towards him from the front, startling him into tilting his head and dodging it easily. A gigantic figure appeared in front of them. This person's entire body shone with golden light. He was tens of thousands of feet tall, and had 12 wings on his back. His aura was extremely powerful. Zhao Gaos also stopped and asked in a deep voice, Who are you and why are you stopping me? The golden figure replied, Zhao Gaos, I advise you not to go back. The Abyss Pearl mainland has been chosen to participate in the war between 2 realms, and it is currently on the verge of destruction. Even if you go back now, it will be useless. Why take such a risk? The war between the 2 worlds. Zhao Gao's expression changed dramatically. He said in a low voice, Are you trying to provoke me? He did not know the other party at all, and the other party was definitely not trying to dissuade him out of goodwill. Ha ha ha. Zhao Gaos, you are highly regarded by old ancestor Hongshi. If you die at the hands of the Center God Province's Sword Emperor, Wouldn't that bring shame to old ancestor Hongshi? The golden figure loudly laughed. Just as he spoke, Zhao Gao's pierced through his body and sped towards the Zhonggan Great Thousand. Zhao Gao's quickly disappeared into the depths of the universe. The golden figure slowly turned and said in a low voice, Zhao Gaos, if you can kill that sword emperor, you will not live for long. This is your destiny. Within a world of ice and snow, Zhou Xuanji slowly walked forwards, holding the 9-moon execution sword. He continuously picked up white lotus-like flowers and pulled them up by the roots before putting them into the supreme storage. Marquis and Feng Yuxiu stood on a hill, looking up at the sky. From here they could see the starry sky. There were countless stars above the thin clouds and mist, looking as beautiful as a painting. He's coming. I can already sense his aura. Feng Yuxiu suddenly frowned as she muttered. Marquis asked, how powerful is his aura? The crucial battle had arrived. As long as they could kill Zhao Gaos, the war between two realms would come to an end. Feng Yuxiu replied, very powerful. He has already surpassed universe heaven, and is only a step away from the next level. Hearing this, Marquis tightly frowned. Now that things had come to this, he could only choose to believe in Zhou Xuanji. He turned and saw that Zhou Xuanji was still focused on collecting natural treasures, as if he did not know that Zhao Gaos was coming. Unknowingly, he could not see through Zhou Xuanji at all. This feeling was as if he was looking up at a senior. An hour later, all beings in the Abyss Pearl mainland do not panic. I, Zhao Gaos, will personally kill the Center God Province's Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. All of you wait, and do not cause any trouble. Zhao Gao's voice sounded out, his tone cold, and filled with soul-freezing killing intent. At that moment he was standing on a ruined city. He floated in the air and looked down. Below was a wasteland with piles of rubble. It was difficult to imagine that this had once been a city. Looking out, the nearby mountains and forests were just as desolate. He gripped his fists and gritted his teeth as he said, Zhou Xuanji, I will definitely tear you to pieces. After saying this, he turned into a ray of light and shot south. Zhou Xuanji, who was picking up flowers, suddenly stopped. Legendary swords appeared around him, and his black clothes slightly fluttered. The 9-sun spirit source crown on his head gave off a cold light, and his gaze became incredibly cold. The cultivator absorbing demon sealer appeared in his left hand. This disaster-releasing legendary sword was blood red, and the hilt looked like a demon's face, looking incredibly savage and terrifying. Boom! His body gave off a dazzling white light, and his aura exploded out, causing the ice and snow beneath his feet to crack. Marquis was given a big fright and asked anxiously, Is he coming? Feng Yuxiu lightly nodded before flying up and moving away from Zhou Xuanji. Marquis hurriedly followed after her. This was a battle between gods, and he did not dare to participate in case he was accidentally injured. Soon, he sensed a peerlessly terrifying murderous aura sweeping over from the horizon. He turned his head to look. Swish! Zhao Gaos flashed past him and Feng Yuxiu, rushing towards Zhou Xuanji incredibly quickly. Marquis' eyes widened, and all of his hair stood on end. In that instant, he had sensed the aura of death. Zhao Gaos took out the golden folding fan on his back and slashed towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword with one hand to block, and with a clang, the ice beneath his feet shattered, turning into a terrifying abyss. Zhao Gaos' expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Through the white light, he could see Zhou Xuanji's gaze. It was just as cold. This was the first time the two of them had met. They did not say anything and directly started fighting. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 522. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Gaos fell into an intense battle. The legendary sword and golden fan continuously clashed, causing sparks to fly. The two of them soared into the sky and dove into the ground, fighting intensely. The two of them separated once more. Zhao Gaos gripped his fan with one hand and quickly waved it. Countless fiery winds charged toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions like an inescapable net. Zhou Xuanji charged toward him and activated the Trisource vein severing sword at the same time. His sword chi was like a violent storm, dispersing the fiery wind. Zhao Gao's leg lashed out. This leg was covered in lightning, and its aura was powerful, as if it could destroy the heavens. Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the ancestral dragon sword, turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon and rushing towards Zhao Gao's. The 100,000-foot-long 5-clawed golden dragon crashed down, forcing Zhao Gao's to the ground. He exerted strength with his legs and did not lie down. The 5-clawed golden dragon pressed down on him, as it charged forward, at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed hundreds of miles, smashing through numerous icebergs. Zhao Gao's was expressionless, and a violet soul condensed behind him. The violet soul punched out, and a terrifying power instantly caused the 5-clawed golden dragon to explode. Zhou Xuanji revealed his original body and rushed into the clouds to unleash world-suppressing. Zhao Gao's legs shot into the air as he quickly caught up to him. Roar! A world-shaking roar sounded out as Zhao Gao's opened his mouth, and an evil spirit charged out. It had a green face and fangs, and it quickly grew in size as it smashed towards Zhou Xuanji like a mountain. 9 sword souls condensed behind Zhou Xuanji, and they continuously shot out, destroying the evil ghosts and forcing Zhao Gao's down. This guy's magic power is so strong. Zhou Xuanji inwardly felt quite startled. Only in the divine moon state could his power and speed just barely match up to Zhao Gao's. Just how high was this guy's cultivation? Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Gao's was also shocked. Zhou Xuanji's body was filled with an unfamiliar power, but he could tell that Zhou Xuanji was only at Universe Heaven level 8. How could a Universe Heaven stage 8 cultivator withstand such a powerful divine power? Zhou Xuanji unleashed the primordial chaos sword shadow, and 1 billion sword images appeared above his head, descending towards Zhao Gao's like a torrential rain. The momentum was vast, as if the heavens were collapsing. Zhao Gao suddenly took out a sword and slashed at the sky. The purple sword chi was like a continuous mountain range, destroying millions of sword shadows. The other swords continued to descend, attacking Zhao Gao's. Zhao Gao's was quickly engulfed by the sword images. Zhou Xuanji followed up into the clouds. He's here, Wang Ho said excitedly. The sword that could destroy heaven and earth had finally appeared. Feng Yuxiu also looked closely at Zhou Xuanji, wanting to see through this sword strike. Rumble! A strong light shone and scattered all the sword shadows. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji descended from the sky, and with the 9-moon execution sword, he descended like a falling comet. Zhao Gao's pupils constricted as he sensed danger. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but just as he soared into the air, Zhou Xuanji suddenly used universal attraction, pulling Zhao Gao's over and smashing his sword towards him. Bang! A strong light burst forth, and a horrifying sword chi wreaked havoc between heaven and earth. Feng Yuxiu hurriedly cast a light shield of mana to protect herself and Marquis. Sword chi wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the two of them to be unable to see their surroundings clearly. This scene caused Marquis's blood to boil. He gripped his fists and muttered, "You have to win." The earlier they could win, the more lives they could save. Sword chi continuously rumbled, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the end of the world was coming. After a while, Marquis and Feng Yuxiu suddenly heard the sound of swords clashing. Could it be? Marquis's eyes widened, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The intense light gradually dimmed, and they finally saw Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Gao's figures. Zhao Gao's was covered with blood, but his attacks were still incredibly powerful. Zhou Xuanji's black clothes fluttered, and he was not injured at all. He seemed to have the upper hand. "Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed very powerful," Zhao Gao said, his tone still cold. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "My power is far from just this." He condensed his battle path flame soul, and azure flames wrapped around the white light. He used sword sect immortal ghost weep, and had the other swords defend against Zhao Gao's attacks, while he raised the 9-moon execution sword high, and gathered the divine moon's energy. The Abyss Pearl mainland violently trembled. At this critical juncture, the Abyss Pearl mainland understood that the crucial battle was coming. It was going to give all of its power to Zhou Xuanji, so that he could take revenge for it. Flash floods and tsunamis rose up. This was the divine moon's roar. It was not willing to become the Abyss Pearl mainland that all creatures could trample on. It was the high and mighty divine moon that looked down on all creatures. Zhao Gao's panicked. He could sense that the heavens and earth were sending some sort of power into Zhou Xuanji. And Zhou Xuanji's aura was continuously rising. Zhou Xuanji's expression became one of pain. Even though he had universe heaven level 8 cultivation, he could not withstand such berserk divine moon's energy. Zhao Gao's rushed at Zhou Xuanji. He came in front of Zhou Xuanji in a single step, and his golden fan gave off countless lightning bolts, turning into a lightning net that wrapped around Zhou Xuanji. White light exploded out from Zhou Xuanji's body, blocking all of the lightning. The 9 sword souls behind him madly shot out, forcing Zhao Gao's to continuously retreat. Zhao Gao's, I'll give you the same words. You are indeed very powerful, but it's a pity that I can't truly fight with you. You're going to die. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice as he looked down at Zhao Gao's. After speaking, he ferociously threw out the 9-moon execution sword. The sword turned into a ray of white light and shot into the sky before suddenly descending towards Zhao Gao's. Within the turbid heavens and earth, this ray of white light was incredibly brilliant and eye-catching. The sword was incredibly fast. Zhao Gao sensed danger and instinctively dodged. However, the 9-moon execution sword suddenly sped up. Powerful light flashed. World-suppressing. Boom. The 9-moon execution sword pressed down on Zhao Gao's as it fell into the ruined ground. The ground violently trembled and the ice and snow melted. Oceans rose up and roiled. Zhou Xuanji instantly felt a massive wave of magic energy enter his body. His mental state instantly recovered, and he raised his right hand as the 9-moon execution sword flew back into his hand. He smirked and muttered, Zhao Gao's, I hope you have a next life. I've won this battle. He cancelled the divine moon's state and immediately started to break through. The 9-moon execution sword's divine moon energy helped to suppress the surging magic energy within his body. Rumble thunderclouds gathered, and heavenly law fate descended, scattering the turbid heavens and earth, and shining on Zhou Xuanji's body. He really won. Feng Yuxiu's eyes widened, unable to understand. Why did the Abyss Pearl mainland disregard everything to help Zhou Xuanji? Why could Zhou Xuanji endure this power that surpassed universe heaven? Marquis felt incredibly excited and loudly laughed as he said, Victory! Victory! After Zhou Xuanji finished absorbing the heavenly law fate, the war between 2 worlds was about to end. The Center God province had been saved. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's aura madly became stronger. Soon, he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 9. And he was still continuously rising. Very good. Let's keep this up. Zhou Xuanji said excitedly. When he returned to the Center God province, it would be time for him to rule the world. Even without such a powerful divine moon state, he would still be able to sweep across the world. If he met malicious Buddha again, he would make that fellow taste despair. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 523. The pillar of light formed by heavenly law fate was like the only source of light in this dark world. And Zhou Xuanji, who was within it, was like a god. Old ancestor Hongshu's voice suddenly rang out cold and emotionless. The war between the 2 worlds has ended. All living beings in the Abyss Pearl mainland have perished. As soon as he finished speaking, all the living beings on the Abyss Pearl mainland, regardless of where they were turned into ashes in succession without any pain. Zhou Xuanji and the others were fine and waited silently. The fairness of the heavenly Tao was merciless. The winner was king, and the loser perished. In less than 5 breaths of time, all living beings disappeared. Meanwhile, Sage Daojing's voice rang out in the Center God province. The war between 2 worlds has ended. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji destroyed the Abyss Pearl mainland by himself. Center God province victory. Every living being in the Center God province could hear it. In an instant, cheers shook the world. Zhou Xuanji is so powerful. He's too strong. He's going to destroy an entire world by himself. We don't have to die. From today onwards, who dares to offend Zhou Xuanji? Am I dreaming? How could he win by himself? Do you dare to doubt the words of the heavenly saint? The entire world was in an uproar, and every city was shouting Zhou Xuanji's name. Within the Divine Cliffs mansion, Zhou Xiaoxian hugged Jiang Shui and screamed in excitement. Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen were also very excited. Jiang Shui did not seem to be too excited. She had a smile on her face, and her eyes were calm, because she had always believed that Zhou Xuanji would win. Within the Center God province, everyone who had connections with Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Was this guy already this terrifying? The Abyss Pearl mainland. Within the Dark World, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation reached Universe Heaven Level 10, and the pillar of heavenly law fate began to dissipate. An irresistible suction force bound him and pulled him up. So did Marquis. Feng Yuxiu remained where she was, quietly looking up at her. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and said, "Thank you for your help." From the beginning to the end, Feng Yuxiu had never made any requests of him. She only followed him. Because of Feng Yuxiu, he understood the higher sky. "If we meet again in the future, I hope you will be even stronger," Feng Yuxiu said. Her voice traveled into Zhou Xuanji's ears from afar. In the dark and cold wind, she felt as if she would be swallowed up at any time. Zhou Xuanji lightly nodded. Soon, he and Marquis turned into two rays of rainbow light and flew into the sky. When they were far away from the ground, they saw another beam of light sweeping over from the ground, quickly approaching them. Wang Ho cursed. "That bastard really isn't dead. He's been hiding all along." He was very displeased. He had accompanied Zhou Xuanji through trials and tribulations. Even though he did not put in much effort, he still followed along. Where was Emperor Wu Wang? He actually took advantage of the time when they were sharing the pressure and went to cultivate alone. This was simply intolerable. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. For some reason, Great Emperor Wu Wang gave him a sense of danger. It even made him feel a trace of disgust. This feeling was involuntary and extremely strange. Zhou Xuanji stored all his legendary swords into the supreme storage and waited to return to the Center God province. The three beams of light merged together, and they saw Great Emperor Wu Wang. At this moment, Emperor Wu Wang had become incomparably demonic. His eyes were crimson, and his body had become muscular. His hair had grown all the way to his heels. What happened? Wang Ho asked with a frown. Could this guy have gone mad? Emperor Wu Wang's lips curled up into a devilish smile. I'm fine. I merely obtained a fortuitous encounter. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, This battle was all thanks to you. Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly and did not say anything. Great Emperor Wu Wang walked to a corner and sat down cross-legged, continuing to cultivate. He did not feel any joy from winning the battle. Something strange. Wang Ho rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. He purposely said this to Great Emperor Wu Wang, but Great Emperor Wu Wang did not respond. They were sucked into the universe and quickly flew toward the Center God province. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at the vast starry sky. The void. He fell into a daze and remembered Feng Yuxiu's description. He had a premonition that one day, he would head into the void to search for even more powerful power. A long while later, they returned to Still Thought Temple. Sage Daojing was looking at them with a smile. Wang Ho asked first, How are the casualties in the Center God province? Sage Daojing stroked his long beard and said with a smile. Fortunately, a junior called Gu Tianxia appeared. He suppressed the 3 children of destiny in the Abyss Pearl mainland all by himself. In other words, the Center God province did not encounter much danger. Zhou Xuanji and the others were stunned. Gu Tianxia. Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered that eyeball. Could it really be Gu Tianxia's eye? No wonder Sage Daojing pulled it out from Zhou Xuanji's body. It was for the war between the 2 worlds. Such a shrewd person. Next, I will erase all living beings' memories of the war between the 2 worlds. Other than you and Gu Tianxia, no one will remember this war. Even if you mention it, they will not remember it. Sage Daojing said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji and the others had no objections. Zhou Xuanji felt a little regretful. He had acted so cool for so long, but no one remembered. It was good that the enemies did not know his true power. But he did not know if the living beings in the other provinces knew what happened in the Center God province during this period. Don't worry. Once the war between the 2 worlds begins, it will be isolated from the other worlds. Other than the mortals who ascended from the lower realm, no other living beings can enter, nor can they use their divine sense to get any information. Sage Daojing said as he stared at Zhou Xuanji as though he could read minds. Zhou Xuanji felt a chill down his spine. Okay, you can leave now. Of course, you can also stay in Still Thought Temple to cultivate. Sage Daojing said with a smile before closing his eyes. Marquis was a little stunned and asked, "Is there no reward?" Sage Daojing replied without opening his eyes. "You should have received a great serendipity. This is your reward." Zhou Xuanji smiled and left. Great Emperor Wuang bowed to Sage Daojing and left as well. Marquis was furious and said, "I did not receive any serendipity." Not only did he not receive any serendipity, but he was also tortured for a period of time. No matter how he tried to explain, Sage Daojing ignored him, which made him stomp his feet in anger. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Great Emperor Wuang walked out of Still Thought Temple. Great Emperor Wuang looked at him and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you are very powerful. You are much more powerful than before. I hope that we will never be enemies." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him with a faint smile and said, "I rarely nurture my enemies." Great Emperor Wuang smiled and disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji followed him into the sea of clouds and flew toward the divine cliff. Universe Heaven Level 10 was extremely powerful. He passed through the 32nd heaven swiftly. After returning to the divine cliff, he appeared in the courtyard straightaway. Jiang Shui, who was cultivating under a tree, opened her eyes and snorted. "Where did you go during the Heavenly Saints' Tao preaching? How dare you leave us behind without saying a word?" Zhou Xuanji walked up to her and squatted down. He touched her face and said with a smile, "I was brought away by the Heavenly Saint to cultivate in Still Thought Temple. I came back to see you." Chapter 524. It seems like the Heavenly Saint thinks very highly of you. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's arm and said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at him. This was her man. He was indomitable and dazzling no matter where he went. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Tell me, if one day the Heavenly Saint erases your memory, and you cannot remember me, what should you do?" Jiang Shui frowned slightly and said, "I will definitely remember you." She suddenly felt a little worried. The Heavenly Saints were powerful and almost omnipotent. It was not difficult for them to erase her memories. She was a little worried and said, "Why don't you leave me something or a mark? Let me know that you are the most important person to me when I see it." Seeing how nervous she was, Zhou Xuanji laughed out loud. This girl was still as adorable as before. Zhou Xuanji began to think about what he should leave behind. If one day, he really became an enemy of the Heavenly Saints, he had to be careful. Then they got up and went to see Zhou Shaoxian, Bai Suwen, and the others. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others had already ascended to the Center God Province, while Chen Bantian, Meng Tianling, Lin Changge, and Ning Zifeng were out adventuring. Emperor Sword Court had Daoya Old Man, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianqin, Han Shenbo, and the others. With Zhou Xuanji adventuring in the Center God Province, no one in Emperor Sword Court would rebel. As for an enemy attack, it was even more impossible. Beishao Wangjian and the others already had the cultivation of a great tribulation scattered immortal after listening to the preaching. It was not a problem for them to roam the mortal world. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji came to the Cliff Master Palace and met Yang Yutian. Yang Yutian was dealing with the affairs of the Divine Cliff. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji felt that something was wrong with him. There was a baleful aura and fatigue on his face. "Are you okay?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Yang Yutian was the lord of the Divine Cliff after all. Even though he was not as talented as Han Shuzi, he did not cause any trouble for the Divine Cliff. Yang Yutian shook his head and laughed. "How could anything happen to me? You don't have to worry." In the entire sect, he would only smile when facing Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said intently, "I've been cultivating with the Heavenly Saint for a while, and things are different now. If the Divine Cliff has any difficulties in the future, just tell me directly. Don't be afraid of making enemies." In order to protect him, the Divine Cliff had suffered countless casualties. He naturally had to protect them. No matter who dared to harm the Divine Cliff, he would not show mercy. Yang Yutian was taken aback, and a look of struggle flashed in his eyes. He forced a smile and said, "If there are any difficulties, I will look for you." After saying so much, Zhou Xuanji could not say anything more. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before he left. Looking at his departing back, Yang Yutian sighed softly. After the war between the two realms ended, the Center God province regained its peace. Mo Jiuqing was still seeking revenge everywhere, and immortal soldiers and immortal generals would occasionally descend to the mortal world to eliminate evil. There were also fights between the various factions. Zhou Xuanji felt like it was a lifetime ago. His cultivation level was at the Universe Heaven stage level 10, which made him feel like he was looking at a mortal. It wasn't that his temperament was inflated, it was the level of his realm. Ordinary people would never truly treat ants as equals. They would only give them the respect they deserved verbally. Zhou Xuanji returned to the northern wilderness region and passed the seeds he collected to Daoya Old Man for him to plant. After that, he left the mortal world and came to the void between the mortal world and the vast thousand world. The void between planes was pitch black, and only those at the heavenly law true God realm could see. He took out demon god Tianwu's clone and began to study it. He was very curious as to why demon god Tianwu's body was so terrifying. He first used his divine abilities on demon god Tianwu, continuously increasing his power. Finally, he found that he could not harm demon god Tianwu at all. "I found a treasure," Zhou Xuanji said excitedly. Demon god Tianwu had already become his clone, and listened to him completely. It could fight instinctively, so he did not have to be too distracted during battles. Zhou Xuanji continued to study demon god Tianwu's body. He found that this fellow's muscles were ridiculously powerful. They were the toughest thing he had ever seen. A month quickly passed. He still could not understand the secret behind demon god Tianwu's power. He could only attribute it to his race's talent. Dao Lord Xiantian said that the 10 great demon gods were the ancestors and pinnacle of the demon race. They had once dominated the various great thousand worlds, but because they were too powerful, the other races joined forces to resist them. In the end, they were defeated. The demon race mixed with other races and reproduced. Until today, the demon race's bloodline was no longer pure. The only true demon left was the demonic ancestor. This demonic ancestor was once one of the 10 great demon gods. He was extremely powerful, and was one of the most powerful beings below the heavenly saints. This day, Zhou Xuanji stored demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map and prepared to leave. "Stop. Hand over the demon god's body. Or else, don't blame me for being ruthless." A cold cry came. The voice was filled with an oppressive aura. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw a muscular man with 6 wings looking at him. This person was wearing heavy bronze armor. His face was like a ferocious tiger, and his brown hair fluttered in the wind. Universe Heaven level 10. No wonder he dared to find trouble with him. Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword and said with a faint smile, "What if I refuse? You want to kill me? Can you?" His provocative words enraged the 6-winged man immediately. He immediately took out a large saber and charged at Zhou Xuanji. Before he arrived, his saber chi swept over like a phantom in the void. Zhou Xuanji blocked it easily with his sword soul. Since the other party was seeking death, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He activated the primordial chaos sword shadow straight away. A billion sword shadows filled the void and surrounded the 6-winged man. The 6-winged man's expression changed slightly. Just when he was about to speak, the billion sword shadows charged toward him simultaneously. Boom! The sword chi exploded, radiating a brilliant radiance that illuminated the void. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He watched for a while before turning around slowly. The other party was already dead. At the same cultivation stage, to find trouble with him was no different from seeking death. Zhou Xuanji stepped out of the void and returned to the northern wilderness region. Then he came to the divine cliff through the portal. Killing the 6-winged man was a small matter to him, so he did not take it to heart. Just when he returned to his residence, Fei Hai came to find him. "Senior, the great heaven god dynasty is preparing to execute Di Guanlong. They invited everyone to witness it." You received the invitation too. After Fei Hai spoke, he took out a red invitation. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. The old beggar had not saved Di Guanlong yet? Could something have happened? He opened the invitation. The execution would take place on the Great Heaven God Dynasty's God platform in 8 months. After some thought, he decided to go and take a look. With his current cultivation, there was no point in continuing to cultivate. It was better to travel around. On the same day, he left with Jiang Shui. As for Zhou Shaoxian, Xiaochan, and Bai Suwen, they wanted to follow, but Zhou Xuanji rejected them, which made them quite depressed. It was rare for him to have a chance to be alone with his wife. He could not wait for others to accompany him. The two left on the clouds like a celestial couple. We can try to give Xiaoxian a younger brother on the way. Chapter 525. Zhou Xuanji flew very slowly and preached to Jiang Shui along the way. Jiang Shui's cultivation was already at 7th tribulation scattered immortal. After the heavenly saints' preaching, her cultivation grew tremendously. She was not any slower than Chen Bantian and Meng Tianlang. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation far surpassed hers. He could use his words to bring her into a state of enlightenment, which allowed her cultivation to grow rapidly. Along the way, he preached and thought about what to prepare for Jiang Shui. Even though she had lost her memory, she knew that Zhou Xuanji was the most important person to her. In the end, he decided to take out a piece of jade pendant and create a virtual illusion. He wanted Jiang Shui to say something, just like recording a video with a mobile phone. When she poured her mana into the jade pendant, the illusion would appear. He felt that it was not enough. What if the girl did not believe him? They walked and stopped along the way, sightseeing and sightseeing. It was quite an interesting and carefree journey. Above the 33rd heaven, before Still Thought Temple, a man with a head full of white hair knelt in front of the gate. He wore a large robe embroidered with a red flame pattern, and he wore a silver circlet on his head. His face was cold, and his eyes were purple without pupils. The boy who was sweeping the floor swept his eyes again, and again without speaking. Sometime later, the gate of Still Thought Temple opened suddenly, and a powerful force swept the fiery-robed man into the temple. Next, the gate closed again. Deep within the temple, Sage Daojing sat on the praying mat and did not even open his eyes. He said, "Zhao Kanglin, I know why you have come, but you should understand the rules of the war between two worlds. If you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, I will personally destroy you. Even old ancestor Hongsher will not be able to escape this matter." The fiery-robed man called Zhao Kanglin gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give up. His beloved son, Zhao Gao's, died in Zhou Xuanji's hands. He could not take this lying down. Putting his feelings aside, he had spent a lot of effort on Zhao Gao's. After knowing that Zhao Gao's was dead, he vomited blood on the spot. He came to Still Thought Temple straightaway and begged Sage Daojing to let him into the Center God province. Hearing Sage Daojing's rejection, Zhao Kanglin gritted his teeth. He flipped his right hand, and a palm-sized yellow parchment appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and passed it to Sage Daojing. Sage Daojing sensed something and opened his eyes. He took the yellow parchment and looked at it closely. "This is..." Sage Daojing's eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. After all, he was a heavenly saint. How could there be an existence that could shock him? Zhao Kanglin said, "I found this in the void, but I didn't hand it over to old ancestor Hongsher, which shows my sincerity. I also believe that you won't tell him about this." His eyes flickered and his face darkened. Taking out this treasure made his heart bleed. Sage Daojing's gaze changed as he weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he said, "I can give you a chance to take revenge, but after all, Zhou Xuanji has contributed greatly to the Center God province. How about this? Give him 10 years, and I will tell him in advance to have him prepare. I will not provide any help, and after 10 years, I will leave this great thousand world. You should understand why I will leave." Zhao Kanglin agreed without hesitation. He cupped his fists and said, "If you can find the great Tao, I hope you can give me a chance to live. For this item, I almost died." Sage Daojing was expressionless as he said, Wait in Still Thought Temple for now. You are not allowed to leave within 10 years. Zhao Kanglin had no objections. He walked to the side and began to meditate. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui lay on a hill, enjoying the gentle breeze. Following their gaze, there were undulating mountains in front of them. They were extremely beautiful and relaxed. At this moment, Sage Daojing appeared on the mountain peak and looked down at the two of them. Zhou Xuanji sensed something and got up. Seeing that it was Sage Daojing, he was a little surprised. Why is this old guy here? Sage Daojing looked calm and said, Zhou Xuanji, I have something to tell you. Jiang Shui got up and walked to the top of the mountain with Zhou Xuanji. What is it? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Sage Daojing did not hide anything and told her about his deal with Zhao Kanglin. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, was furious. She clenched her fist and asked, Aren't you a heavenly saint? What else can tempt you? In her eyes, the heavenly saint was already the most powerful being, on par with the heavenly law. Sage Daojing said faintly, The heavenly saints look powerful, but they are actually the puppets of the heavenly law. I found an opportunity to surpass the heavenly saint. After 10 years, I will leave Wanshan Great Thousand. By then, Wanshan Great Thousand will not be suppressed by the heavenly saints. With Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, he should be able to handle it. He flipped his right hand and injected a ball of violet qi into Zhou Xuanji's body. Jiang Shui became even more anxious and quickly checked Zhou Xuanji's body. This is the heavenly law violet qi. Under the heavenly law there are only 9. It represents the opportunity to become a saint. If I can surpass the heavenly saint or die, you can become a saint with this qi. Sage Daojing said, and Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui's expressions changed. Heavenly law violet qi. Become a saint. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, How powerful is Zhao Kanglin? Now that it had come to this, he could not say anything more. Since they wanted to fight, then let's fight. Connecting Heaven Stage 1. Sage Daojing replied, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. He had indeed surpassed Universe Heaven. Jiang Shui was curious. What was Connecting Heaven Stage 1? Sage Daojing replied, In the mortal world, qi nurturing begins. It goes through foundation building and lightning, inner pellet soul fountain, astral infant, astral projection, spirit refinement, great realization and so on. After surpassing mortals, one reaches 9 tribulations scattered immortal. Beyond that is golden immortal 10th revolution, void extreme immortal, heavenly law true God, universe heaven level 18, and connecting heaven 10. If one reaches connecting heaven 10, he will be qualified to become a saint. But without the heavenly law violet qi, he cannot become a saint. Connecting heaven 10. Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered the grades of his legendary swords. Ancient Gazing, Disaster Releasing, Universe Essence, Overturning Heaven, Connecting Heaven, 9 Extreme, Primordial Chaos. Could it be that Connecting Heaven 10 and the 9 Extreme represented the 9 saints? What about Primordial Chaos? Surpassing the heavenly law, Sage Daojing's body gradually turned transparent. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, I see hope in you. If I fail to become a saint, I hope you can manage Wanshan Great Thousand well. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. From the beginning to the end, he was never worried that Zhou Xuanji would be killed by Zhao Kanglin. Zhou Xuanji could not calm his emotions and fell into silence. Jiang Shui was anxious. Xuanji, what should we do now? Connecting Heaven Stage 1. She remembered that Zhou Xuanji had just broken through to Universe Heaven. It was impossible for him to surpass the gap of 18 levels. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't die. After that, he took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the 9 souls. This time, he introduced the 9 souls to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was shocked to know that the souls of Lu Wuji, Emperor Zhao, and the other ancestors were in the ancient god sword. As for the origin of the ancient god sword, she did not ask further. Chapter 526. The ancient god sword floated in the air, and the 9 souls appeared like 9 shadows swaying in the air. No, becoming a heavenly saint isn't good. Even if I want to become an overlord saint, I have to become one. Tao Master Xuantian's soul shook his head, making Jiang Shui curious. What was an overlord saint? However, Zhou Xuanji understood that this was most likely the path that demon god Tianwu walked on. After becoming a saint, he would become an overlord saint, and would not be controlled by the heavenly law. Emperor Zhao grumbled. All right then, give me the heavenly Tao Violet Qi, and we'll be invincible together. As soon as he said that, the other souls mocked and ridiculed him. You haven't even been resurrected, and you're already thinking of becoming a saint? Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. He looked at Jiang Shui and said, when the time comes, I will walk the path of the overlord saint, and you will walk the path of the heavenly saint. In the future, I will walk the path of the transcending saint, and come back to help you. Isn't that perfect? Jiang Shui said hesitantly. The overlord sage is definitely dangerous. Don't take the risk. He had not even dealt with Zhao Kanglin, and this guy was already thinking about becoming a sage. She really wanted to pry open his head, and see what he was thinking. Let's continue our journey. We'll kill Zhao Kanglin in 10 years. Zhou Xuanji put away the ancient god sword, and held Jiang Shui's hand as he smiled. Jiang Shui curled her lips and said, Are you really confident in dealing with him? By the way, how did you become enemies with him? What is the War of the Two Realms? She was so confused by the conversation that she forgot to ask. She was so attracted by the fact that Zhao Kanglin wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji that she forgot to ask. Zhou Xuanji gave a simple explanation, and Jiang Shui cried out in shock. She said fearfully, The heavenly saint can really erase my memory. No, I have to hurry up and cultivate. I can't forget you. She had no recollection of the War of the Two Realms, and this feeling terrified her. Zhou Xuanji hooked her nose and smiled. Let's not talk about cultivation for now. Xiao Xian wants a little brother, so we must hurry. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. You should be the one working hard on this, okay? In the blink of an eye, the day of Di Guanlong's execution had arrived. On the altar of the great heaven god dynasty, Di Guanlong knelt on the ground, shackles on his body. His eyes were lifeless, and his body was covered in wounds. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced. The edge of the divine altar was packed with people. Di Guanlong was a famous expert in the Center God province. He had been the most talented genius in the Center God province until Zhou Xuanji appeared. In the distance, within a building, Shi Shinzong stood in front of a window and looked at the God platform. A white-haired old man was drinking wine in the room. He wore a Taoist robe and held a sword in his right hand. Even when he was pouring wine, the sword never left his side. He was Sword Sovereign Gu. In the Center God province, he was the one with the highest attainment in Sword Dao. He was also one of the top powerhouses in the Center continent. Stop looking. The Great Heaven Divine Emperor's cultivation has reached Universe Heaven Realm Level 8. No one in the Center God province can defeat him. Even if I were to fight him, I would have to fight him. In his heart, Di Guanlong was already a dead man. However, he was very curious as to who stood behind Di Guanlong. According to his understanding, there was definitely an expert behind Di Guanlong. The Great Heaven Divine Emperor probably thought so too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused such a commotion. Universe Heaven Level 8. Shi Shinzong muttered to himself, his voice filled with yearning. His cultivation had already reached early void extreme immortal thanks to the Heavenly Saints' Tao lectures. He remembered witnessing Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough in the preaching hall. Sword Sovereign Gu said that Zhou Xuanji had already reached Universe Heaven Level 1. The gap between the two grew bigger and bigger. But he was not discouraged. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Many powerful cultivators who shook the Center God province gathered near the God platform. All the major factions had sent people over. They had to give face to the Great Heaven Divine Emperor. At the same time, they saw something fishy. The Great Heaven Divine Emperor wanted to kill Di Guanlong. There must be a deeper reason behind it. Tens of thousands of soldiers with powerful auras circled above the God platform to prevent anyone from entering. Time passed minute by minute. The scorching sun hung high above their heads, and the Great Heaven Divine Emperor descended suddenly. He wore a majestic golden dragon emperor robe, and a crown on his head. His expression was indifferent, and a domineering aura could be sensed from between his brows. Another person followed behind him. This person had a handsome face, and was dressed luxuriously in a golden robe. Every move he made was filled with arrogance. Emperor Jundao, a first-class great emperor. His ranking on the great emperor stele was even higher than Zhou Xuanji's. The two landed on the god platform. Armored generals appeared one after another, and knelt in a line. The great heaven divine emperor looked at Di Guanlong, and said loudly, Di Guanlong trampled on the dignity of the god dynasty. Today, his head will strengthen the god dynasty's prestige. His blood will strengthen the god dynasty's domineering aura. At the same time, we will auction Di Guanlong's corpse. Anyone who is interested in the Tao of puppets can bid for it. Boom! The crowd around the god platform was in an uproar, killing people and selling corpses. The great heaven divine emperor was too vicious. Emperor Jundao raised his chin. Hearing the uproar around him, he did not care at all. He hated Di Guanlong to the core, because he lost to Di Guanlong too miserably. Clang! The great heaven divine emperor drew his sword, and was prepared to behead Di Guanlong himself. This silenced the discussion. Was Di Guanlong really going to die here? With me here, who dares to kill Di Guanlong? At this moment, a voice resounded across the heavens and the earth. Everyone turned around in shock. They saw Zhou Xuanji walking over with the 9-moon execution sword in his hand. Jiang Shui sat on the sword net formed by the 5 legendary swords, and followed closely behind him. Zhou Xuanji. Shi Shenzong opened his eyes wide. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to appear at this moment. It didn't make sense. How come he had never heard of Zhou Xuanji being related to Di Guanlong? He suddenly remembered that when he returned to the Divine Cliff with Zhou Xuanji, they met Di Guanlong and an old beggar. That old beggar wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple. Could it be he frowned? With his understanding of Zhou Xuanji, he would not take Zhou Xuanji as his master so easily. Who is that old beggar? I can't see through him. Sword Sovereign Gu cried out in shock, looking confused. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had some secret treasure that hid his cultivation? At the same time, the great heaven divine emperor frowned too. He could not see through Zhou Xuanji either. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He's Zhou Xuanji? That's right. It's him. I saw him at the Heavenly Saint Dojo. Back then, his breakthrough was extremely shocking, and everyone was watching. So he's Zhou Xuanji. Such a powerful aura. Is he really only 200 years old? Why do I feel that his aura is not any weaker than the great heaven divine emperor? Why did he come to save Di Guanlong? Everyone cried out in shock and disgust among themselves. No one expected Zhou Xuanji to come. After all, Zhou Xuanji was not related to Di Guanlong at all. The great heaven divine emperor looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, Sword Emperor, what do you mean by this? His tone was unpleasant, and contained a hint of threat. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of him at all. After the war between the two worlds, he had been reborn, including his temperament. If I want him to live, he must live. No one can stop me. If you don't understand, then ask the sword in my hand. Zhou Xuanji said with a cold smile, as he walked toward the great heaven divine emperor. Chapter 527. Ask the sword in my hand. Whoosh! The sea of people around the spirit platform was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's prowess. Zhou Xuanji was the publicly acknowledged genius of the Center God Province, and the Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. He was powerful indeed, but compared to the great heaven divine emperor, he was still young. They were not existences of the same generation. The great heaven god emperor laughed out of anger. He pointed his sword at Zhou Xuanji and said, Zhou Xuanji, you are really arrogant. You think you can do whatever you want just because you became the Sword Emperor? At the Heavenly Saint Dojo, he was there too and witnessed Zhou Xuanji breaking through to Universe Heaven Level 1. But it was only one level. Beside him, Emperor Jundao also looked at Zhou Xuanji unkindly. Among those in the same generation, he was often compared to Zhou Xuanji. When he had appeared out of nowhere, he had once suppressed Zhou Xuanji's fame. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was too powerful, and quickly left him behind. Looking at Zhou Xuanji now, Emperor Juandao's gaze was naturally unfriendly. Zhou Xuanji flew above the god platform and looked down at the great heaven god emperor. I don't like to talk nonsense. After speaking, he used all things return to origin and sucked Di Guanlong over. The great heaven divine emperor was furious. How dare they snatch someone from under his nose? He immediately reached out and pressed down on Di Guanlong's shoulder. Sword light flashed. Puchi! The great heaven god emperor's right arm was chopped off, and Di Guanlong flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They did not even see Zhou Xuanji attack. And the great heaven god emperor lost an arm? This was also. Emperor Jundao also wanted to attack, but he suddenly met Zhou Xuanji's gaze. In an instant his entire body was frozen in place. An indescribable fear enveloped his heart, causing his soul to tremble. Emperor's might! He stumbled backward, and did not dare to look into Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Soon, Di Guanlong fell into Zhou Xuanji's hands. Jiang Shui also opened her eyes wide on the sword web. She knew about the great heaven god emperor's position in the center god province. But Zhou Xuanji had the upper hand. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Zhao Kanglin's threat. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up as she thought curiously. What had happened in the war between the two worlds? How strong was Xuanji now? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the great heaven divine emperor was both shocked and furious that he was injured. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was about to leave, he cried out loudly. Did this emperor allow you to leave? If they let Zhou Xuanji leave today, the great heaven god dynasty would lose all face. Zhou Xuanji looked back at him and said coldly, Do you want to die? Facing his gaze, the great heaven divine emperor's heart thumped wildly as a chill filled his heart. He wanted to make a move, but his instincts told him that the other party was very dangerous. If he were to make a move, he would most likely lose. Seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the spectators all held their breaths and did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Within the building, Shi Shenzong's expression was complicated. Was Zhou Xuanji already this powerful? Sword Sovereign Gu, who was behind him, stared at Zhou Xuanji and remained silent. His cultivation has surpassed Universe Heaven Level 8. How is this possible? How many years has it been? Cold sweat covered Sword Sovereign Gu's forehead. He had wanted to find an opportunity to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple. From the looks of it, the great heaven god emperor hesitated, while Zhou Xuanji left with Di Guanlong and Jiang Shui. Until they disappeared into the horizon, the great heaven god emperor snorted coldly and disappeared. He did not even have the face to welcome the guests. Boom! Everyone was excited. Zhou Xuanji's sword strike scared the great heaven god emperor, so much that he did not dare to make a move. It was evident that Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than the great heaven god emperor. And not just by a little. How powerful is he? More powerful than the great heaven god emperor. Is Zhou Xuanji the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province? In the Center God Province, can you find someone more powerful than the great heaven god emperor? This is a legend, a myth. He became the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province at just 200 years old. So domineering. Hearing these voices, Emperor Jundao wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. He understood that from now on, he was not even qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as Zhou Xuanji. He hated Zhou Xuanji in his heart, but when he thought of their gazes just now, he was only left with fear. Zhou Xuanji flew swiftly with Jiang Shui and Di Guanlong. He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to heal Di Guanlong. Jiang Shui asked excitedly, Xuanji, what stage are you at now? Zhou Xuanji smiled, Universe Heaven Level 10. Having heard that, Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide. She guessed that Zhou Xuanji was at level 4 or 5, but she did not expect him to be at Universe Heaven Level 10. This was her surprise soon turned into heartache. The more powerful he was, the more suffering he would have to go through. A while later, Di Guanlong regained consciousness. He looked up and saw Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui's backs. Who are you? He asked with difficulty. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, Take good care of yourself. If not for the fact that they were fellow disciples, he would not have saved Di Guanlong. He really wanted to know where the old beggar was. Could that guy have been captured by the great Emperor Dao Court? Just when Di Guanlong wanted to speak, a heavy sense of drowsiness overwhelmed him. and he closed his eyes immediately. Sometime later, he finally woke up. He was shocked to find himself lying in a cave with a letter on his chest. He opened it and saw the following words. The one who saved you is the Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji. No need to thank me. He fell into silence. He already knew that Zhou Xuanji had become his junior brother, but he did not expect this brat to save him. Could it be that his revered teacher helped him as well? Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui continued their sightseeing tour. He did not take the battle with Zhao Kanglin to heart. Even if he could not activate the Divine Moon state, he still had Demon God Tianwu as his trump card. Jiang Shui saw that he was full of confidence, and did not mention it again. Zhou Xuanji continued to preach to Jiang Shui, and even enlighten her occasionally. Within 5 years, Jiang Shui became a ninth tribulation scattered immortal. This was the power of a powerhouse. On the other side, on the 33rd heaven, old ancestor Hongshi came looking for him suddenly. After entering Still Thought Temple, he immediately found Sage Daojing and saw Zhao Kanglin. Why are you here? Old ancestor Hongshi asked with a frown. Zhao Kanglin's expression was unnatural, and did not know how to answer. Sage Daojing said, he wants to take revenge on Zhou Xuanji. I asked him to wait for a while before I let him battle with Zhou Xuanji. Old ancestor Hongshi was astonished and asked, you are willing to abandon Zhou Xuanji? Then give him to me. After that, he stared at Zhao Kanglin, and Zhao Kanglin dared not to speak even though he was furious. I plan to nurture him into the next heavenly saint. I have decided to head into the void and search for an opportunity to surpass the saint. Sage Daojing continued to speak with a calm look in his eyes. He did not mention his deal with Zhao Kanglin at all. Old ancestor Hongshi frowned, and sat down in front of Sage Daojing. He said with a deep voice, you must consider this carefully. If you really want to give up your cultivation, you might be pursuing a path of no return. Most heavenly saints did not believe in the legend of surpassing the saint. In their eyes, the heavenly law was the highest. Everything could not escape the control of the heavenly law. Chapter 528. That's right. What's the point of being a heavenly saint? Sage Daojing stared at old ancestor Hongshi and said, after becoming a heavenly saint, nothing in the myriad worlds piqued their interest. There was no need to cultivate, because no matter how powerful they were still beneath the heavenly law. They arranged for the war between the two worlds to have fun. However, after each war, Sage Daojing realized that his interest in the war was diminishing. Now that he had the opportunity to surpass the heavenly saint, how could he give it up? Old ancestor Hongshi was silent. His mood was at rock bottom. All living beings in the myriad worlds admired the heavenly saints. But who could understand the dullness of a heavenly saint? Zhao Kanglin listened, and cursed in his heart. You don't want to be a heavenly saint. Can you give me the position? Please, don't be so pretentious. Forget it. Up to you. I called you here because I have something to discuss. Since you are leaving, come with me to deal with someone before you leave. Old ancestor Hongshi waved his hand. Zhao Kanglin was curious. Which heavenly saint did he want to deal with? Only the heavenly saints needed to work together. Sage Daojing stood up and glanced at Zhao Kanglin. Don't do anything before I return. Once you break through the restrictions of the 33rd heaven, I will use a peerless divine ability to kill you. You won't have time to take revenge. Zhao Kanglin nodded lightly. He did not want to take revenge a few years in advance. A few years was not a big deal anyway. After that, Sage Daojing and old ancestor Hongshi left. Still Thought Temple fell into silence again. When Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui returned to the Divine Cliff, Jiang Shui was not pregnant with a second child. The difference in their cultivation was too great. There was a formless energy separating them. Zhou Xuanji guessed that it was the power of the heavenly law. Since it did not work, he did not force it. That day, Yang Yutian came to visit him personally. He seemed very excited. After the battle at the spirit platform, Zhou Xuanji's fame grew again. More and more living beings thought that he was the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province. The Divine Cliff's reputation grew because of this. More living beings came to seek the Tao, and more powerful beings befriended them. After the small talk, Zhou Xuanji began to teach Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Xiaoxuan's talent was not bad, and she was even more powerful than the 10,000-year prince. Ever since she knew that Zhou Xuanji had forcefully scared off the great heaven god emperor, she had been pestering him. Zhou Xuanji did not have high expectations for his daughter, but since she wanted to become more powerful, he would not stop her. The father and daughter came to the forest, where Zhou Xuanji cultivated before, and began to cultivate diligently. Zhou Xuanji imparted the sword soul to her. This girl's comprehension was also very high, and she quickly learned it. However, her sword soul was still very weak, and it could not even compare to Shi Shenzong's in the mortal world. Time flew by. 10 years had passed. Everything was peaceful, until Zhao Kinglan's voice resounded throughout the Center God province and the nearby states. Zhou Xuanji, go up to the 33rd heaven and fight me to the death. Zhao Kinglan's cold voice caused an uproar in the world. 33 heavens? Wasn't that the dojo of the heavenly saint? Who dared to challenge Zhou Xuanji in the heavenly saint's territory? In the forest. Father, who is he? Zhou Xiaoxian asked nervously. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. A guy called Zhao Kinglan. He had no choice but to kill his son. He came to me for revenge. You continue to cultivate, I will be back soon. Then, he flew up and prepared to fly to the 33 levels of heaven. Father! Zhou Xiaoxian stopped him immediately. Zhou Xuanji looked down at her and asked, What's wrong? Looking at his lofty and calm demeanor, all the worries in Zhou Xiaoxuan's heart dissipated. She smiled like a flower and waved her sword, saying, Come back quickly. You must teach me how to form multiple sword souls. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He transformed into a stream of sword light and soared into the clouds, disappearing in an instant. Above the 33rd heaven, Zhao Kinglan stood under the starry sky with his arms crossed in front of his chest, waiting quietly. A row of people stood in front of the gate of Still Thought Temple. They were the powerhouses who were cultivating in Still Thought Temple. They came from various states in Wanshan Great Thousand, connecting Heaven Stage 1. Powerful indeed. The Heavenly Saint really left? Interesting. It seems like Wanshan Great Thousand is going to face chaos again. Let's watch this show first. We will fight for the world in the future. Hehe. You don't want the world but the position of saint, right? These powerhouses discussed and did not take Zhao Kinglan seriously at all. Connecting Heaven Stage 1 was powerful indeed, but it was not invincible below the Heavenly Saint. Soon, a stream of sword light flew up and reached Zhao Kinglan's height. It was Zhou Xuanji. The two of them were hundreds of meters apart, facing each other in the air. Zhao Kinglan was sizing Zhou Xuanji up, and Zhou Xuanji was sizing him up too. Universe Heaven Level 10. How did this brat kill his son? Zhao Kinglan frowned. Could it be that Sage Daojing was involved in the war between the two worlds? Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword and the cultivation-absorbing demon sealer. The power of the two disaster-releasing legendary swords exploded into his body, and his aura grew tremendously. The 9 divine moons appeared behind him majestically. I see. You have 2 ultimate treasures, Zhao Kinglan said as he thought about it. He raised his right hand, and an axe covered in blood patterns appeared in his hand. Strands of black qi appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around the blood-patterned axe. It was horrifying. He and Zhou Xuanji moved almost at the same time. Boom! The two horrifying powers clashed with each other. Zhao Kinglan unleashed his full power and sent Zhou Xuanji flying with his axe. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt that his hands were about to split open. He noticed that there were many spectators in front of Still Thought Temple. He immediately used the 8-step sword lunge and teleported out of the 33 levels of heaven and into the void. The 33 levels of heaven was the outermost part of Wanshan Great Thousand. Any higher, and he would leave Wanshan Great Thousand and arrive at the vast starry sky. It looked beautiful, but it was actually filled with countless murderous intents. This was the void. Zhao Kinglan was filled with murderous intent. How could he let Zhou Xuanji go? He chased after him. The powerhouses in front of Still Thought Temple shook their heads and left. Universe Heaven Level 10. This brat really overestimates himself. His sword is not bad. Forget it, I'll give Zhao Kanglin some face. Ha ha ha, get ready. The chaotic period of Wanshan Great Thousand is coming again. Can this still-thought temple belong to me? If Sage Daojing comes back, you will be dead. These powerhouses have been cultivating in still-thought temple for countless years. Sage Daojing had escaped deep into the void. Once Sage Daojing died, they would have the hope of becoming saints. So they prepared to return and rest to prepare for the upcoming period of contention for saints. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Kanglin were fighting intensely in the void. He activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The Sword Buddha was 50,000 meters tall, and 1,000 swords slashed wildly with unparalleled ferocity. Zhao Kanglin used his divine physique ability and grew to 10,000 meters tall. His body was covered with blood-patterned patterns and was enveloped by a world-destroying black qi. He swung his blood-patterned axe like a demon god. Boom! 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 Zhou Xuanji was pushed back continuously. He purposely distanced himself from Wanshan Great Thousand. He did not want others to see demon god Tianwu. It was best to keep it as a trump card to catch the enemy off guard. Chapter 529. Xiao. Xiao. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Kanglin dashed across the starry sky one after the other, one chasing the other. Zhou Xuanji, where are you going? Zhao Kanglin said coldly. He still did not know about Zhou Xuanji's scheme. The difference in cultivation between the two of them was too great. If it was him, he would probably flee as well. Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha dissipated into countless golden stars. He condensed 9 sword souls, and took out all of his legendary swords to unleash Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. He turned and charged at Zhao Kanglin. Zhao Kanglin transformed into his original size and swung his axe wildly. Numerous chains formed from axe chi charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Ding! 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 The high-speed spinning divine sword collided with the iron chain, but it could not stop the iron chain from approaching. The 9 sword souls slashed out and cut the iron chains. Zhao Kanglin suddenly appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and swung his axe at his neck. What incredible speed! Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. The 9 divine moons around him slammed into him. With a loud boom, Zhou Xuanji was blasted away, while Zhao Kanglin was engulfed by the powerful light. Zhou Xuanji, is this all you can do? How did you kill my son? Zhao Kanglin laughed wildly. His words were filled with killing intent. After that, he dashed out from the powerful light with extreme speed. He wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji with his axe. At this moment, an imposing figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. He punched forward, and Zhao Kanglin could not dodge in time. Boom! His body was almost blasted apart. His entire body was covered in blood, and he turned into a sharp arrow that disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Demon God Tianwu. At this moment, he was no longer a dried-up corpse. The muscles on his upper body were exaggerated, and his strength was explosive. There was an iron ring around his waist, and he looked sinister and mighty. The 4 wings on his back fluttered slightly, and they were even larger than his body. His head of white hair danced wildly in the wind. Standing in front of Zhou Xuanji, his body vividly displayed the aura of a demon god. Zhou Xuanji moved his mind, and demon god Tianwu locked onto Zhao Kanglin's aura and charged toward him. Zhao Kanglin, who had steadied himself, kept coughing up blood. He murmured in fear. What was that? After being punched by demon god Tianwu, his body was on the verge of exploding, and his soul was on the verge of dispersing. With a flip of his hand, he took out a golden pill and quickly threw it into his mouth. A powerful gust of wind whistled past, sweeping through everything in its path, causing the stars in its path to shake violently. The heavenly Wu demon god's sudden attack scared Zhao Kanglin so much that his facial expression changed drastically. With no time to dodge, he could only hurriedly slash forward. The blood vein axe chopped down on demon god Tianwu's right fist, but the blade of the axe was unable to cut through his flesh. How could this be? Zhao Kanglin was scared out of his wits. Then demon god Tianwu's fist landed on him. Boom! His physical body exploded, leaving only his primordial spirit to escape. As he distanced himself from demon god Tianwu, he looked over in horror. He suddenly felt that the demon god Tianwu was somewhat familiar. Wait a minute. Wasn't this the corpse of a demon god that he had seen in the Abyss Pearl mainland? What was going on? He came back to life. Zhao Kenglin was horrified. He realized that demon god Tianwu had turned around to look at him. Those eyes were dead and empty, but they gave him a great sense of oppression. Roar! Demon god Tianwu suddenly roared at Zhao Kenglin. His voice shook the starry sky, and Zhao Kenglin's primordial spirit was instantly destroyed. Connecting Heaven Stage 1 was extremely weak before the 10 demon gods. Far away, Zhou Xuanji's ears were ringing from the deafening roar. He quickly called for demon god Tianwu to return. This guy had caused such a huge commotion. He had to leave immediately to avoid unnecessary trouble. After storing demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map, he flew toward Wanshan Great Thousand. He traveled at full speed without any delay. Soon he realized that something was wrong. He could not find the way back to Wanshan Great Thousand. *T. Cold sweat covered Zhou Xuanji's forehead. He looked a little flustered. Could this be the terror of the void? Even someone at his cultivation stage could get lost unknowingly? After a while he finally saw Wanshan Great Thousand. He heaved a sigh of relief. Looking from afar, Wanshan Great Thousand was covered in radiance. It was more dazzling than the sun, and it was very similar to Zhonggan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji dived into the radiance and passed through the heavenly barrier. He came to the 33rd heaven, but did not see Still Thought Temple. He raised his brow slightly and charged downward. After passing through all the heavens, he saw the ground. It was nighttime with endless barren mountains. It seemed that he had come to another province. No wonder he did not see Still Thought Temple earlier. The 33rd heaven was vast, and Still Thought Temple faced the Center God province. Of course, before Sage Daojing left, the entire 33rd heaven belonged to him, and no one dared to offend him. Zhou Xuanji found a random place and began to recuperate his qi and blood. With his cultivation, it was not difficult for him to return to the Center God province. There were no powerful enemies in the Center God province anyway, so he was not in a hurry to return. He sat on the peak and faced the bright moon to extract heavenly law celestial energy. The ancient god sword landed beside him. The 9 souls were amazed at how powerful demon god Tianwu was. Zhou Xuanji conversed with the sword spirit. He was asking how to revive the 9 souls. The 9 souls had helped him a lot, so he had to repay them in the future. You can just split their souls, separate their consciousness from the sword, and leave their soul energy in the ancient god sword. This way, the ancient god sword will not be weakened and they can be revived, the sword spirit replied. The sword spirit replied, and Zhou Xuanji heard him. So simple. After splitting their souls, they could choose to possess another body or reincarnate. After that, he asked the 9 souls who wanted to be revived. Emperor Zhao, Saber Monarch Donghai, Emperor Songhai, Ghost Emperor Zhangtian, and Lu Wuji all wanted to be revived. Emperor Hanlin, Sovereign Xian, Tao Lord Xiantian, and Demon Lord Ryuan fell into silence. Some of them died for special reasons, and did not want to be revived for now. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while, and decided to revive Lu Wuji first. He asked the sword spirit to help Lu Wuji split his soul. A while later, Lu Wuji's soul appeared before him. I can really be revived. Lu Wuji looked at his hands and mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Do you want to reincarnate or possess another body?" Lu Wuji looked up at him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "There's no need for that. I've long since left behind a backup plan. Not long after I ascended, I created an avatar for him to roam the other provinces alone, just in case something like this happens again. After all these years, his cultivation might even be higher than yours." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. "So cunning. If you are in danger, I will come back to help you. Take care." After saying this, Lu Wuji turned into a stream of light and flew toward the horizon. Seeing how anxious he was, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head. Was this guy not afraid of encountering danger on the way? Emperor Zhao was still complaining that he wanted to be revived. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Reviving them consumed a lot of energy, so he split his soul. Emperor Zhao was not dissatisfied with this, and was still very excited. He finally had a chance to reappear in the human world. The next day, Zhou Xuanji sheathed his swords and set off at dawn. He was prepared to go to a nearby city and ask around to find out where he was. He planned to expose his whereabouts. After leaving the Center God province, the great Emperor Dao court would definitely come to find trouble with him. When that time came, he would settle the score with them one by one. Back then, the great Emperor Dao court and the demonic emperor had been so against him. If he did not get rid of all of them, his surname would not be Jian. Chapter 530. In the void, a silhouette appeared. It was impossible to tell who it was. He looked around and mumbled, "Demon God's aura. Could it be the demon ancestor? He dares to come to the void." Shortly after, he turned into countless beams of light and flew in all directions, disappearing quickly. Not long after he left, a few silhouettes came. They were all attracted by the demon god's aura. On the other side, the demon realm. In a dark palace, the demon ancestor was cultivating. He opened his eyes suddenly. His blood-red eyes beamed coldly. Tian Wu's aura. Didn't he die? Seems like someone has taken control of his body. The demon ancestor mumbled to himself with a mocking smile. Tian Wu was stubborn back then. Even in death he cannot rest in peace. This is retribution. After laughing for a while he sighed. He was the only one left of the 10 demon gods. The world had changed, and the demons were no longer demons. In an inn, Zhou Xuanji sat before the window and drank. A storyteller stood at the center of the first floor, smoking a pipe and telling a story. Back then, after Di Wanshan destroyed the demon gods, he sacrificed himself to protect the ruined world. He transformed himself into the world, which created the Wanshan Great Thousand today. He left behind a bloodline called the Di clan. Countless years have passed, and the Di clan no longer exists. But now there are many beings with the surname Di. The storyteller sighed, and the diners sighed in amazement. Although the story sounded absurd, they still yearned for Di Wanshan's story. He fought against the 10 demon gods alone, and transformed himself into the world. He lived up to his name, as the creation god of the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji listened to Di Wanshan's story, and shook his head. The 10 demon gods were so powerful. Could someone really fight against them, and the entire demon race alone? This was how legends came about. They were constantly exaggerated, and even a pig could become a martial Tian song. Just when he was about to leave, someone walked toward him. He glanced over and instantly laughed. His laughter was extremely cold. It was malicious Buddha. This guy was really powerful. He had only appeared in this empire for less than 10 days. And he already found him. Malicious Buddha sat opposite Zhou Xuanji and poured himself some wine. "Long time no see," he said with a smile. His smile was also very cold, giving people the feeling of a venomous snake. "Where's the demonic emperor? Before I ascended, I thought he was very strong. Who would have thought that he still hasn't appeared?" Zhou Xuanji asked. In his eyes, malicious Buddha was already a dead person. He had to avenge Han Shuzi, Taichu Yudao, and the Divine Cliff. Malicious Buddha sighed and said, "I also want to know. Ever since you escaped, that guy also disappeared." Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "What about Xian Daoya? I'm going to choose a genius like you." "Then why are you looking for me?" "Of course it's to capture you. Of course if you and I can bury the hatchet, we can also be friends." The two of them exchanged questions and answers, which made Zhou Xuanji laugh again. He picked up the wine pot and said, "After drinking this pot of wine, let's find a place to fight to the death." Malicious Buddha nodded. He did not know about Zhao Qinglin challenging Zhou Xuanji. After all, this place was far away from the Center God province. Universe Heaven Level 10. This brat's growth rate was too terrifying. He had to be eliminated. The malicious Buddha thought as he drank. The genius he chose was no longer a match for Zhou Xuanji. He had miscalculated and wasted so much effort. After that, the two of them remained silent. They drank slowly and leisurely. After they finished drinking, the two left one after another. Malicious Buddha walked in front, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. On the street, The two of them disappeared into thin air. They flew swiftly and left the empire, coming to an uninhabited wasteland. Malicious Buddha turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and laughed coldly. Your cultivation has already soared to Universe Heaven level 10. That's not easy. But do you know how high my cultivation is? Murderous intent locked onto Zhou Xuanji from all directions. How many levels? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Malicious Buddha was powerful indeed. The sense of danger he felt was similar to Zhao Kanglin's. How many levels? What a joke. I've already surpassed Universe Heaven and reached Connecting Heaven level 2. Do you know about Connecting Heaven? Malicious Buddha laughed viciously. As he spoke, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. This brat must die. Connecting Heaven level 2? So what? Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Seeing how arrogant Malicious Buddha was, he felt great in his heart. Continue acting. You're going to kneel soon. Malicious Buddha took out a golden whip with lightning intertwining on it. Even at this point, you are still pretending to be calm. Do you think the heavenly saint will protect you? He has already left Wanshan Great Thousand, and your senior and junior brothers are not nearby. I'm very sensitive to auras. Although he said so, he was still a little cautious. With Zhou Xuanji's talent and arrogance, it was not luck that he could survive until now. This brat always hit his trump card to deal a fatal blow to his enemies. Zhou Xuanji smiled with extreme disdain. He brought demon god Tianwu out from the Tianxia map straight away. The horrifying demon god's body rippled the space around it. Seeing demon god Tianwu, Malicious Buddha's expression changed. Today, I will make you pay with your blood, Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Before the Malicious Buddha could speak, demon god Tianwu quickly rushed out. Boom! Malicious Buddha's eyes flashed, and demon god Tianwu was right in front of him. He quickly activated his divine ability, and a golden bell shadow came out from his body. Demon god Tianwu did not use any fancy divine abilities. It was just a punch. Clang! The golden bell shattered, and Malicious Buddha fell as he vomited blood from the punch. His body was like a meteorite that pierced through the ground, causing the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles to crumble. Demon god Tianwu fell as well, and its feet stepped into the ruins. He reached down and scooped up Malicious Buddha. The entire process happened so quickly that ordinary people could not even blink. Malicious Buddha struggled with all his might and cried out in shock. Demon god Tianwu, how can it be? How can you have his corpse and even turned him into a clone? In the next second, demon god Tianwu squeezed his body until it exploded. How horrifying was the power of a body that was invincible below the heavenly saint. Even Connecting Heaven Stage 2 could not withstand it. Demon god Tianwu continued to use his magic energy to crush Malicious Buddha's soul. The battle ended just as quickly as it came. Zhou Xuanji recalled demon god Tianwu and left quickly. Killing the Malicious Buddha made him very happy. So satisfying. Demon god Tianwu's power made his blood boil. He became even more determined. He was going to walk the path of an overlord saint. One day, he would reach the height of killing a heavenly saint with one slash. Not long after he left, Xian Daoya suddenly appeared in the ruins. He frowned and mumbled, Malicious Buddha's aura, and Zhou Xuanji. Who's the other aura? So horrifying. He immediately tracked Zhou Xuanji's aura with his mind. 6 hours later, Zhou Xuanji stopped to rest under an old tree. He had already sensed Xian Daoya's aura, but he pretended to be in a bad state. Xian Daoya came out from the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. Why did you leave the Center God province? Don't you know that you are in danger? Zhou Xuanji pretended to be moved. He frowned and said with gritted teeth, Why are you here? Are you following the Malicious Buddha? Chapter 531. The sky was high and wide, and the cold wind was rustling. Xian Daoya looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was under the old tree, and replied calmly, That's right. Because of him, I lost you, so I want to take revenge. Tell me, where is he? Zhou Xuanji's expression flickered as he said, He's dead. The person who killed him was very powerful, and even I can't see his face clearly. It should be a demonic cultivator. That demonic chi was too powerful. and it was definitely the most powerful demonic cultivator I've seen in my life. The reason he was acting with Xiandaoya was because he wanted to obtain information about the great Emperor Dao court. Xiandaoya frowned. After some thought, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. Put on a show until the end. Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword and prepared to fight. Xiandaoya said faintly, "In actuality, you really don't have to face me like this. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Come with me and join the great Emperor Dao court. Even though you disobeyed the great Emperor Dao court, your talent can make up for it." Universe Heaven Level 10. This kid was really surprising. After Xiandaoya saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, he felt even more complicated. Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice, "If I don't join, do I have to die?" His forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if he had just experienced a great battle. In reality, it was all an act. Xiandaoya nodded and said, "The great Emperor Dao court has already given a death order, and I was punished because of it. Trust me, offending the great Emperor Dao court will not end well, and joining them will instead bring you great fortuitous opportunities. With Sage Daojing gone, the battle for the divine throne will most likely start again. Only by joining the great Emperor Dao court will you be able to quickly grow." He tried his best to persuade Zhou Xuanji, as if he was really thinking for Zhou Xuanji. In fact, both sides were acting. Zhou Xuanji let out a long sigh and asked, "How powerful is the great Emperor Dao court's most powerful being?" Xiandaoya stopped 5 meters in front of him and said, "He's very strong, but I don't know exactly how strong he is. Anyway, he has a great background. If I say his name, all the great 1,000 worlds will be shocked." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He could shake the great 1,000 world just by saying his name? It seemed that he had underestimated the great Emperor Dao court. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Xiandaoya continued, "The demonic emperor has possessed the corpse of one of the 10 ancient demonic gods. Soon, he will descend upon the Wanshan Great Thousand. At that time, with his personality, he will definitely massacre the Wanshan Great Thousand. And he has his eyes on you. The 10 great demon gods." Zhou Xuanji's heart beat wildly, and he immediately felt the pressure. He had already experienced the might of a fiend celestial. However, his demon god Tianwu was just an unconscious clone. Against the demonic emperor, who had possessed the body of a demon god, there was definitely a huge difference in strength. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Sorry, I still don't want to join the great Emperor Dao court. Please leave. With your current strength, you can't invite me." Xiandaoya was only a soul, and by how Isin had said that he was very weak. However, when facing the malicious Buddha, this fellow could still hold him back for a period of time. His combat power was unpredictable. Zhou Xuanji wanted to test his power. He activated the power of the divine moon and pointed his sword at Xiandaoya. Xiandaoya was not surprised. With his understanding of Zhou Xuanji, it would be strange if this brat obeyed. He sighed. "Actually, I don't want to attack you. Since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite." Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly. "Old thing, the price of being impolite was death." Seeing his smile, Xiandaoya felt uneasy. Boom! At this moment the ground shook violently. The wasteland cracked, revealing numerous bottomless canyons, as though a massive earthquake was happening. Xiandaoya's expression changed slightly. "Oh no! A connecting heaven cultivator is attacking." After that, he turned into a puff of dust and dissipated. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge, and quickly escaped from this place. Although he had already killed 2 connecting heaven cultivators, it was because of demon god Tianwu. Moreover, connecting heaven was divided into 10 stages. Only God knew which stage his opponent was at. Zhou Xuanji traveled ahead at full speed, crossing over mountains and ridges. Half an hour later, he stopped in a forest and said slowly, "Who are you? Why are you not coming out?" The other party had been chasing him relentlessly. He could have caught him, but he did not do so. It was as though he was toying with him, playing a game of cat and mouse. A breeze blew, and the leaves under a tree rose. Next, a tall figure appeared. A great demon. He had a head of green hair, and his body was covered in tiny scales like a snake. He wore black armor, and his eyes were pitch black. His pupils were red, and they were as small as 2 red beans. The lower half of his body was surrounded by a black demonic qi, and there were faint roars of ferocious beasts. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "You are Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji?" Zhou Xuanji stared at him and asked back, "You already have the answer in your heart. Why do you ask?" Xian Daoya suddenly appeared on the tree behind Zhou Xuanji. "Snake Lord Qingshi," he said with gritted teeth with a dark expression. "Your demon race wants to snatch someone from the great Emperor Dao court?" Snake Lord Qingshi. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. The person ranked 5th on the great Emperor stele. Ever since he learned about connecting heaven, why did he encounter connecting heaven cultivators, one after another? Snake Lord Qingshi said coldly. "The great Emperor Dao court is merely a scoundrel. How dare you threaten the demon race? Xian Daoya, if you don't get lost, I will eat your soul." Xian Daoya was enraged, but he could sense that Snake Lord Qingshi was serious. After some hesitation, he chose to leave and disappeared from the tree. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. "You are such a coward, and you still want to show off." Snake Lord Qingshi looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword Emperor, come with me. If I had ill intentions, I would have done it long ago." Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "May I ask why you are looking for me?" "To deal with the demonic emperor," Snake Lord Qingshi replied. Zhou Xuanji heard him and agreed immediately. "The enemy of my enemy is my ally." If Snake Lord Qingshi really wanted to harm him, he still needed demon god Tianwu. Even if he was on the brink of death, he could still use the celestial devil rebirth technique. Snake Lord Qingshi slammed the ground with his palm, and a gate covered in snake scales rose up. The gate was glowing with a green radiance. Zhou Xuanji did not hesitate and stepped into the gate. Snake Lord Qingshi followed closely behind. The snake-scaled gate sunk into the soil as though it was never there. In the vast starry sky, a small island was levitating. There was only one crystal tree on the island, and a man was sitting under the tree. This man looked mighty and domineering. He wore silver armor and a handsome face. He wore a Qilin crown on his head. Even though he was sitting, he gave off a powerful aura. Old ancestor Hongshi's illusory image appeared before him suddenly. Duyushan, the Abyss Pearl mainland no longer exists. The world that destroyed the Abyss Pearl mainland was located in the Center God province of Wanshan Great Thousand. Sage Daojing has left, and Wanshan Great Thousand is about to usher in a chaotic period of fighting to become a saint. Hearing old ancestor Hongshi, Duyushan opened his eyes. There was a war between the two worlds? He asked with a frown. Old ancestor Hongshi snorted. "It's not important anymore. I'm asking you if you want to go or not. If you don't, I will give the mission to Si Mengyan." Duyushan heard him and got up slowly. "I will go now," he said. "You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.